if you could make yourself comfortable. Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. We're here for our first meeting since the catastrophe in Surfside. We're going to do our best tonight. It's been very difficult for all of us, I know, but we're going to try to move forward tonight. So with that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll, please. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Burkett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Paul.
Here.
Commissioner Salzauer.
Here.
Commissioner Kessel is absent. Commissioner Velasquez.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Chief, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Put your right hand across your heart. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Okay. I want to just make a few comments before we get started about what's happened in the last 5 weeks or so. It's really been a transformative period of time for all of us. This is something that we could have never expected to happen here, something we could have never expected to have to go through, but nevertheless it did, and we did. And with that, I want to express my deepest condolences to all of the families and all of our friends and all of our loved ones who have been through an unimaginable, difficult, horrendous situation. We're with you, we love you, and we haven't stopped working for you. We're gonna be here for the duration. We've been here since June 24th. And we're going to be here until this thing is done, which is going to be a long, long time. So that's part one. Part two is we need to recognize our incredible community. Our community stood up from the very moment this happened, charged in, and asked what they could do to help. They didn't just do it on the first day or the second day or the fifth day or the 9th day or the 15th day. They did it nonstop. They did it continuously. They sustained the effort, and they're still doing it. So our community has stepped up, our religious community, our rabbis, our priests. Everybody has done their job, and it's been amazing. Our business district, they were shut down immediately upon the collapse. They were shut down for over 2 weeks, probably 3 weeks. They didn't complain. Instead, they turned around and asked how I could help. So that was amazing. Lastly, our staff here in the town of Surfside. I know because we all worked with them day in and day out. There were no days off. There were no hours. It was just, what do we need to do? And how can we keep doing it with getting, as little sleep as possible so we can rush back and keep doing what we're doing. Our manager, our police chief, his staff, our manager's staff, our clerk, our attorneys, our assistants, our public works, our communications people. It just goes right down the line. You really find out who your friends are when you're down, and we found out who these people were in this situation. It was amazing. And I was proud to be a part of it, and I know my fellow commissioners and the vice mayor were also proud to be a part of that team that was there to help those families when they needed it the most. So I just want to give a heartfelt thanks from my part to our community, our staff, and everybody else who did just a spectacularly amazing job. Thank you. You deserve much more than you got, but thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor, I would just,
Vice Mayor?
yes, I would echo those sentiments. I want to thank everybody. It's much gratitude to the community and to all our neighbors who helped us and all our staff. And if we could also have a moment of silence, just to remember those that we've lost. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Commissioner?
I want to echo what the mayor just said, and I also want to say that for me, I'm not a very sentimental person. I don't take a lot of time to sit and be sad. I get angry and I turn to action. And so that's what I've been doing, and I'm hoping that we can turn this tragedy into some kind of a triumph, some kind of change, and that we can do it quickly and effectively and not sit with what's happened. I think we need to take what's happened and we need to do justice here, and that's not just for the families, but for all of our residents and for really everyone in the South Florida area, starting with Surfside, which is unfortunately the only area that we have control over, and sometimes not even parts of Surfside, as we'll see. But I would like to turn that into action, and I'm hoping that I have that support to do that tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I also agree with what our mayor and vice mayor and Commissioner Ileana has mentioned. It's been a very hard month and a half since the tragedy in our town, and it's been overwhelming, all the support and love from our residents and from the entire world. I want to thank absolutely our staff. They've been amazing, and they've worked endlessly to make sure that everything is running in good conditions here in town and that things are moving forward. I want to thank everyone who's here tonight, supporting all the items that we have on our agenda, and thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, additions, deletions, and linkages.
Yeah. I'd like to move up item AA, which is Champlain South Don't Wait, Accelerate Action Plan Changes Necessary to Prevent Another Catastrophe. That's item AA because things get added to the agenda in order of when they're put on. So we already went up to item Z, so I got AA. I'd
Okay.
like to move that up, and I think it's timely and important to do that tonight.
Anything else?
Up where?
Anybody else?
Oh, I want to move it up to, the first item. I'd like to really move it up to, right after we have the manager's report. Yeah, after the consent agenda, I'd like to move it up, since that's the reason why we're all here tonight. It shouldn't take that much time. I think hopefully we can all
Okay,
agree.
good. Anything else that you'd like to do?
Well, I'll move it to anywhere up we can, because I hear,
Well, with it,
Her saying no, so.
again, I just want to know, but look, wait. If you want to make a motion, we'll see if there's a second, and then we'll have discussion.
okay, I'm happy to move it to, as long as it gets
Is there-
addressed.
Okay, make a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to move my item AA, which is the Champlain South Action Plan. I'd like to move it to, up to, after the consent agenda, but if you can't do that, I'd like to move it to at least before the ordinances.
Very good. Okay, that's fine. You want to
Or-
move it up. Is there a second to
Yeah.
move it up? Okay, anything else?
Can we move
Commissioner?
it to the top of
Okay,
the,
no,
committee-
again,
to the agenda?
you asked,
You don't want to address Champlain South, the changes we can make tonight?
okay, again, it's not me, I just asked for a second.
Well,
You made a motion. I
Would you
didn't
like to
hear a
pass the
second.
gavel and second it? To turn this into
No,
action?
actually, with respect to that issue, I think that it's premature to provide a solution to a problem that we don't know about yet. We're trying to find out why that building fell down. We don't know why that building fell down. With respect to the 30-year.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. With respect to the 30-year, we did that a week after the building fell. We recommended that everybody do it, okay?
We recommended it, we did not make it the
You're right.
rule.
You're right.
What I would like to do is make that the rule. I have the support of our building department, of our building official. This is what they've asked us to do.
Okay,
I would
good.
like to move that up, and tonight, since we're all saying that we're all on the same page about this, I'd like to turn that, because again, the attorney has to make this a first reading at the next meeting.
Just make a motion.
I would like to make a motion to move item AA to the top of the agenda as the first discussion items. That's as far up as I
Thank
can
you.
get
Is there
it.
a second?
Is that moving it to the top of the nines?
Yeah, the top of the agenda. Yes, top of the nines.
Top of the nines, okay, second.
Is there a second? Okay, discussion. Anybody like to comment on that? I would. I will just reiterate what I just said. I think it's premature because we already have that in place. It's not mandatory. Okay, I think it's, you don't, I don't, and nobody sitting here in this room knows why that building fell down. And prescribing that certain things get done, I think is a mistake because it's a feel-good measure, okay? It's designed to look good, okay, but it doesn't accomplish anything necessarily.
I think looking at 30 years instead of 40 years is exactly what the building
Okay.
officials have asked us to do.
We did
We're
it.
not we didn't, we recommended it.
That's fine.
Recommending it and mandating it are two different things. It's like a seatbelt recommendation and a seatbelt law.
Okay.
A seatbelt law saves lives, a recommendation is maybe.
Okay.
And I think we need to take action and make it into 30 years. And I know that the building department wants this. I know that the county is going to come down and do this eventually, but why wait for eventually when we can do it tonight?
Well, well, listen, my crystal ball's broken. I don't know what the county is gonna actually do, okay? And I don't know that you can say that. I think the county, I sat with Mayor Cava, I sat with Governor DeSantis, and we all agreed we were gonna have meetings to rewrite the book once we know why this building fell down, okay? We don't know why the building fell down. I think it's a feel-good measure. I think that it's put forward because, listen, I appreciate the fact that you wanna do this. We did this the week after the building came down.
We did not do it, we recommended it.
Okay,
It's not
that's
a
fine.
feel-good measure, it's
Again-
actual action. 30 years taking a look at the building, not passing, we're not rewriting code, we're not redoing anything. We're saying, let's take a closer look at 30 years instead of waiting for
All
40
right.
years.
But
Fair enough.
Eliana, your
Fair enough.
motion is right now to just move it up.
Correct, and we can discuss
We're
it.
not discussing it
Correct.
right now, we're just moving it up to the agenda.
Correct.
Once we get to that point, we'll discuss it. So
Right.
can we please?
That's right.
Because
No,
if we don't discuss it, then we're doing our residents a disservice.
Hang on a second.
We're putting politics ahead of the safety of our residents.
Well, that's your opinion. Anything else?
No, I'm okay to move it up. I mean, it needs discussion because I do have to agree with the mayor a bit on this in that some of it's premature, some of it can be done. Some of what's in there needs more evaluation.
Okay.
So
Okay, so-
I'm fine to discuss it
All right.
and we can move some things forward, not everything you
That's
presented.
fine, I just want to
But I
discuss it.
appreciate you presenting it.
Thank you,
All
I
right,
just want to
call the
discuss
roll,
it.
Madam Clerk, please.
Commissioner Salazar,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
No.
Vice Mayor Paul,
That's to move it in the nines, yeah.
I-
Yeah, yes, sure.
Mayor Burkett,
No? Okay, does anybody else have anything?
What happens now?
status quo,
Okay,
nothing happens.
we go to the next,
Doesn't the town attorney get to, or somebody else get to cast the vote? There's no
Commissioner.
tiebreaker?
Commissioner, could you please?
I'm trying to do
Next-
something for our residents, and you
next
want to
item.
just meet with DeSantis and talk.
Okay. I'm sorry?
You heard what I just said. I said you're more interested in having meetings with politicians than moving forward with action.
All right, thank you
Okay.
for that, thank you for that. Okay. The next
I have
item,
another item. I want to pull item out of the consent agenda.
okay,
I want to pull item G, the COVID testing kiosk. The COVID testing kiosk. I want to pull that out of the agenda so we can talk about COVID protocol for the town.
all right, any objection to that? Okay, without objection, it's pulled. What else?
I'm embarrassed that you guys don't want to talk about the changes we can make tonight.
What else?
That's it. Sums it
Okay,
up.
thank you. Anybody else? I'd like to defer items C, F, and N. The information is not,
Is that 9 on the nines?
well, item C, yep, that's 9. C, F, and N to next month.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about the ones that are the crazy town stuff.
I'm sorry?
these items that you have on here about taking the money away from homeless people and targeting the money that was interest-free made to some of the community, part of the community, and the cancel culture items are items you're pulling off because you realize that they are not going to look good in public.
Actually, I'm
Okay.
pulling them off because the support material's not in the agenda like it's supposed to be, and I'm not
Okay.
able to present it properly, but
Great.
thank you for that comment.
Okay.
Okay, next, anybody else? Nope, okay, then we will move on. Does someone want to move the consent agenda?
Sure, a motion to approve.
All right,
consent
and it's
agenda.
with, we've pulled out number G.
Right.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I second that,
All right,
with pulling out number G.
any discussion? Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes,
Mayor Burkett,
Yes,
Mayor, the motion carries.
thank you.
I'm sorry, this is just to approve D, E, and F, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now I presume
Also
we're
the-
going
also
to
the
talk
minutes.
about G, right? Okay,
Yeah, under the consent are the minutes as well.
Oh,
The
okay,
town attorney report and town manager.
okay.
okay, so let's, does someone want to move item G, or?
yes, I would motion to approve it, and I wanted to, even though he's not here, I'd like to thank Commissioner Kessel for putting this forward.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I want to approve it as well, and I wanted to use this
But I'm
as,
asking for a second first.
yes, I'm seconding it.
Okay, now we'll have discussion. You want to go first?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I think this is great that Commissioner Kessel did this. I think it's important that we ramp up our COVID approach for town. I think it's embarrassing that we're in this situation again with COVID spreading and with Delta, and that Florida's #1. I think that's, again, terrible. I think this no-cost testing for COVID is a great idea. I want to go further. I want to see if we can maybe do some vaccination drives in town. I would also like to mandate that our town employees and everyone in the building wear masks again, because it's what other counties are doing, it's what science dictates, it's a smart thing to do. I think we need to go back to that. Personally, I'd like to see mandatory vaccinations for all town employees. We had a situation with a camp counselor that tested positive who was exposed to the kids in the camp, which was terrible. We can't have that. We can't have people working with children who are too young to get vaccinated, not vaccinated. So we need to figure out a policy that protects our children who are not able to get vaccinated, who are not able to make the choice whether to get vaccinated or protect themselves, where the parents don't even have the choice because the vaccine's not approved. So in those situations, I think we need to mandate vaccinations in the people that are caring for our children in town. And for employees, I'd like to see it incentivized minimally or mandated. If you don't want to mandate, we can incentivize with cash, $100, $150, some of the other counties are doing that, in order to make it more appetizing for our staff to get vaccinated. And that's everyone from, management to the lifeguards to part-time employees. I think everyone should be as healthy as possible for the good of the community.
Okay, anybody else?
Okay, well, I'm off, I actually have emailed our manager 3 times about mandating masks in town facilities, because I think that should occur, especially because Miami-Dade County is doing that. We're part of Miami-Dade County. I don't understand why we're not doing that. So if the manager can answer to that, or is that something the commission has to decide? I'm all for mandating masks at town facilities. As far as vaccines, I don't know that we can go that far. I'm not, and as much as I'd like to incentivize it, the incentive of not getting sick should be enough. I don't know that giving people money is the right message to get a vaccine to them. They should decide that on their own, and I would hope they would decide that for the safety of their loved ones and themselves. So, yeah, if I may, if the manager
Of
can
course.
answer that.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, through the mayor. We had, I talked to Commissioner Kessel about this particular thing, about adding some things and some things he wanted to discuss. He's not here tonight, and so that's what's gonna be part of it, was the mandating the mask, that sort of thing. So he wanted to bring more things out, and I believe Commissioner Salazar has done that for you.
Okay, Nellie?
I do not agree with having a testing center in our town. There's one in Haulover Beach, there's one across the bay, in Biscayne Boulevard. You're bringing into our town something that we don't want. You're talking about having COVID, people that could potentially be positive in our town. I don't agree with that. We have several seniors in our town This is a bad idea, and I do not support this at all. Okay? Mandating vaccines is infringing on people's freedom and right of choice. And the minute we lose that, we lose our essence of the country that we are. Each person should be able to vaccinate if they want to, if that's what they choose to, and that's how that should go. To tell people that you're mandating them to vaccinate, because if not, then you can't come to your job, is not right. And I do not support that at all. Okay? I let everybody talk. Okay. So having this done here in town again is not right. Okay? Maybe the masks for our town employees, I'm okay with that. Masks at the community center. To be honest with you, whoever doesn't want to send their children to the community center, it is that parent's choice, and only that parent's choice, because there are options. The option is staying home. If you feel that this is something that's so detrimental to you, the best place is to stay home and not to come to the community center and potentially feel that you're going to get infected by another resident or by another child or by one of our staff members. And that's how I feel about this. I do not support this at all.
Okay, Jeff? And
Jeff-
anybody else that wants to speak on this subject, you can just raise their hand and I will recognize you.
Jeff Rose, 8851 Frat Avenue. I'm not going to get into the mask and the vaccination, but I will speak about the kiosk and bringing that potentially sick people into town. I echo what Commissioner Velasquez says. We have testing sites, Bay Harbor, Holliver, Miami Beach close by. We're potentially exposing residents by bringing sick people in town, and we're also going to be putting our staff at risk. People are coming to get tested, not just to get negative results, but they think they've been exposed to somebody. I work in the field where a lot of people have been exposed and are opposed to getting vaccines, and it's a real thing. It's spreading, and the last thing we want to do is bring any potential people that have the virus to our town. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I will concur with Jeff and say that I think that if you want to get tested, there are locations where you can get tested that are very nearby. I also believe that wearing a mask is a courtesy to your neighbors. I'm not a big mandate guy, so I think that everybody should be left to use their best judgment. I think Nellie's right about the parents. I think the parents should decide what's best for their children with respect to the community center. So I would not be supportive of this. Now, commissioners, do you want to go around for another round of conversation, or?
Yes, it's important.
Okay, well,
I think we should vote.
I think that, let's go for a minute and we'll see how that goes. Go ahead.
I think the intention of this kiosk is to test our residents, to provide a service to our residents, because sometimes you can have Delta and not have symptoms. And so the only way you would know is if you had a test, making it convenient for them. It's going to be not staffed by our town. It is not going to put any staff members at risk. It's going to be in other words, sorry. I had a talk with the manager about it. He explained to me it is not staffed by our employees. Our employees have nothing to do with it. This is just a service that's provided. All we're doing is providing a little piece of land for them to do it on. I think that the masks, to say that people need to stay home is why we are still in a pandemic here, because no one stayed home to begin with. People will not stay home, people won't put on their masks, and until, we are the laughing stock of this entire country, Florida, right now, okay? And that's because of this. You don't have the constitutional right to infect other people. Your right to swing your arm stops when your fist gets near my nose. And the same thing with your germs and your masks. You need to put on masks. In town property, in town hall, we need to protect our employees.
Okay, thank you. Tina?
Okay, so it's clear where this vote is going. I would like to see, as a part of Miami-Dade County, as a town facility, I would like to see us mandate the masks in town facilities. That would be here, the community center, and tennis center when it opens, if we're still in this situation. So I guess I'll wait till after the vote on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Nellie, any comment?
No, I stand exactly where I said
Okay.
previously.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on that?
Commissioner Salazar,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
No.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes.
Mayor Burkett,
No.
Mayor, the motion fails.
Okay, so now let's go to our ordinances.
Oh, excuse me,
Yeah,
Mayor. If
yeah.
I can, I'd like to make a motion to mandate the masks in town facilities, just as the county has done.
Okay,
I'd like to second that.
all right, any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Salazar,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
No.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes.
Mayor Burkett,
No.
Mayor, the motion fails.
Thank you. Okay, Sandra, would you take us through the first resolution, please?
Yes, Mayor. Resolution urging President Joseph Biden Jr. and the Biden administration to condemn the Cuban government's handling of the pro-democracy protest and supporting the Cuban people in their struggles for freedom and basic needs. Commissioner Nelly Velasquez, item 5A.
Okay, by the way, just let me just there are a lot of people here for the Kilsheimer, Mr. Kilsheimer moment. That's coming up shortly. We're just sort of doing these housekeeping things right now. I expect it's only gonna be a few more minutes.
Protecting
Okay.
people from COVID is not housekeeping.
Would you go ahead and introduce your item? Do you wanna talk about your resolution?
I think it's pretty self.
Okay, you wanna move it then?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move this resolution forward.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you for
Gina.
bringing
Thank you
that
for your
forward.
support.
Okay,
Thank you.
any discussion on it?
I think President Biden's already done this, but I'll support it anyway.
Okay.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes.
Mayor Burkett,
Yes,
Mayor, the motion carries.
all right.
This one's important.
Okay, well, yeah,
To do this Abbott Avenue,
right, okay, so that's right.
they're gonna do a presentation.
That's right, so maybe I lied. This is gonna take longer than a few minutes.
I think
Yeah,
Abbott Avenue is.
well,
residents are here
no,
to discuss.
how many folks are here for the Abbott Avenue? Okay,
That's a lot of people.
okay, thank you, Nellie, that's good.
Not only that, but they've been waiting for years to
That's a
get this
lot of
problem
people.
solved.
That's
So
a-
we need to
that's a
talk
lot of
to the,
people.
about
No
this
one's gonna
first.
survive COVID to watch this happen.
All
Oh,
right,
wow.
that's funny. Okay, that's a lot of people. I guess, Mr. Kilsheimer, you're gonna have to wait a few minutes. Sorry about that. Okay, let's go to the next one. Madam Clerk, would you please read that one out?
Yes, Mayor. A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving and authorizing the design phase of scenarios 1 and 7 pursuant to the project engineering report prepared by Keith and Associates, Inc. for the Abbott Avenue Drainage Improvement Project from 90th Street to 96th Street, authorizing the expenditure of the funds for the design phase of the improvements, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. That's item 5B.
Okay, is there a motion to do that?
Yeah.
Move it forward.
A motion to approve. I just want clarification on,
Well, can I get a second first before we do that?
I second that.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, thank you,
Vice
Tina.
Mayor.
I was gonna make the motion first. This
No,
is
no, no,
good.
she beat you to
We're
it.
moving in the right direction.
That's
I'm
a good-
happy about
By the way,
that.
that's a good sign.
That is a very good sign.
okay, so, well, no, I've supported this from day one.
Awesome.
I have.
Oh, you don't have to be defensive. I just said it was a good sign.
No, I'm not.
This is a happy moment for all the residents that are here that this has
No,
been
it wasn't
affecting their
defensive, it was
homes
just-
for years.
It wasn't defensive, it's just,
Listen.
the facts.
Do we even need the presentation or we just go to the vote? I mean,
Yes, I believe we need the presentation.
Okay, perfect.
I just want a clarification on the 1 and 7, because I believe we're only doing 7.
I think we
One
prefer
is,
to do
be-
7.
one is being negotiated, but we're voting on 7 tonight. I just wanted that to be clear.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's do this. Let's see the presentation, and then we'll come back to the resolution. Okay? Okay. Well, don't you have the legal report coming up? No. It passed? No, it's right here, town manager and town attorney. So you can bring that with you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. If you bear with us for a minute while we get a few easels set up, and we'll begin our presentation. Okay, we're ready to go. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Steve Williams with Keith. I'm Vice President of Engineering. And I have with me Carlos Morales, who's our project manager on this project, and Matthew Brooks, who's project engineer working on this project. We're honored to be selected to work on this project. It's a very interesting project and certainly a drainage project that we're looking to have implemented to help the residents. As I've always said about drainage.
Is your microphone on? Because I'm not hearing you beautifully, and we have to make sure that the folks on TV
I
can
got a
hear you
green
too.
light here.
Yeah.
Here, I'll pull it up there. Is
Yeah,
that better? I'll be like a rock star. I gotta eat the mic. Okay. I'm sorry. Usually people tell me I talk too loud, so I will try to speak up a little bit. So just I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we found out from the drainage. We've taken a look at the drainage system here, what the history of the drainage was. In this case, it's unique. It's actually unique to South Florida. In South Florida, we say water doesn't run downhill because there's no hills. Well, here in Surfside, there is a hill, which happens to be the dune line, and water does run down the hill and gets into the neighborhoods where the elevation differences are 8 or 9 feet in some cases from what we have up on Collins to what we have down on Abbott Avenue. Abbott happens to be the low area. It actually comes down off of the dune line, and then it slightly goes up from there as it makes its way towards the tidal water bodies. So that's why water gets trapped in that area. And just a little bit of history of what's happened in this area. Historically, the water had drainage connections and pipes that went right out into the tidal water bodies. And the tidal water bodies, move that water from down the hill on out. Back in around 2010, one of the big concerns was pollution in the bay, and we're still concerned about pollution going into the bay. And so there was a big push to take a look at not just on the Barrier Island side, but also on the mainland side. What can we do to prevent stormwater from going into the bay, which is a major contributor to pollution in the bay? So in doing that, water retention was brought into the system, and weirs or the tidal water body that just allowed it to run out was stopped. It was put with a weir so that there was a water quality.
Well, tell people what a weir is. It's like a sort of a barrier that sort of filters the water.
Yeah, a weir
slows
is
it down.
A weir is basically a dam that dams it up to a certain elevation so that water can't just run directly out into the bay. And so that water is held in either exfiltration trenches or in some cases in wells. And what's got installed here, the DOT put in well systems that pump into the groundwater. We live on top of an unconfined aquifer, the Biscayne aquifer that we have down here. And the water that perks into the ground gets into the Biscayne aquifer. On the mainland side, we actually drink out of that. That's where our drinking water comes from. Here on the Barrier Island, it basically just makes its way out into the ocean because the flow of the Biscayne aquifer is towards the east. So what we do with our groundwater here is pump it down in, because our elevations, as you get down the hill, you really, because salt water is denser than fresh water, you actually have to pump it down if you don't have enough elevation to get it in. And that's the system that's been implemented here. And just to sort of give you a little synopsis of what the sneak peek of what Carlos is going to run into is we're proposing more wells that pump it into the system, because the weirs that we talked about don't make the tidal water bodies available to. And when you bring it into a tidal water, the pipes have to get very large to move them that way. So what we're looking to do is to put more wells where the flooding's occurring, to pump it down in those areas and not have to have large pipes that conduct it a long way for a discharge. So that's just sort of a brief overview of what our drainage system is. And there's 3 scenarios that we talked about. This red area that you see down here, that encompasses 2 new pumped drainage systems that we're proposing. That's the main body of what we're looking to do.
Can we see that on the screen, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be better.
Yeah, and this is really just an overall look at the system. What we're looking at here with grades is if we move into the system, and what I'm going to do is turn it over to Carlos as our project manager to kind of take you more into detail of what it is. I wanted to give you just a, tell you what you're going to hear before you hear it, because some of it does get a bit technical. You have to be careful with us engineers. Sometimes we'll get to talk a little technical, and basically what we want to do is keep your feet dry when it rains real hard, right? So that's our goal, and that's what we say. We've looked at this. We built a computer model that analyzes the rain, the areas, where the runoff's coming from, and come up with a system that we feel is going to keep your feet dry when it rains. So at that, I'm going to turn it over to Carlos Morales, who's going to walk you through the study. Carlos.
Good evening, everybody. Again, my name is Carlos Morales. I'm part of the Keith and Associates. I'm part of the engineering team that we worked on trying to develop the best possible scenario for, like what Steve said, which is get your feet dry. When we got awarded this
Is
job,
that like a tagline that you guys worked out before you came? We're going to keep your feet dry? Is he going to say that over and over again?
I have a picture of somebody with feet dry.
I think that's going to work too, by the way. I like it.
I will tell you, my elevator talk on civil engineers is we bring in the clean water, we take away the dirty water, and we keep your feet dry when it rains.
I think that's beautiful. I think you really hit a home run with that one.
So,
And keep the water out of their houses too, which is the most important part.
So when we were awarded this job, this opportunity to do the analysis, we were tasked with three options. One of them was to analyze the previous report, to evaluate the existing conditions, to see what is really happening in the town on Abbott Avenue, and to come up with solutions. So when we first evaluated the report previously done by a previous engineering company, when you went down to the conclusion and read the report, you were still getting 10 inches of water with an absorbent amount of money to be able to solve an issue that was not getting solved. One of the few analyses that we were able to make, we analyzed that their basins were more of a macro basin. They did not analyze the FDOT basin or the higher coastal basin that's actually influencing the Abbott Avenue.
You might want to point to the higher basin along the...
Yeah. Sorry. That would be the FDOT basin. And as you can see, the other basins are extremely large, extremely macro view. So it's really not giving you a solution on what the Abbott Avenue basin is really doing. It's giving you a solution on what this basin may be doing, but it doesn't really give you what we want to know. So we took into the report and we went to the existing conditions, like, well, what do we need to do to be able to get you what's actually out there? So we came up with, we started starting the town. We started starting the Abbott Avenue length. It's about 34 acres of land. It's in between Byron and Harding, and it's the hydraulic low line of the town. So if being the hydraulic low line, once it rains, the water puddles there until the water leaves the rest of the town. It doesn't leave Abbott Avenue.
And if I could jump in there, the hydraulic low line we're talking about is the elevation the water would seek. We're coming off of a high ridge, and say if we were to connect into a DOT system, the DOT water would bubble up in those low areas because of the higher elevation. So that's really when we say hydraulically low, that is the low area of the hydraulic grade line.
So we did our research. We got information from LIDAR, as-built, town atlases, and all the information that we're able to gather to be able to get the ICPR report, which is a hydraulic modeling software, to act accordingly. As you can see here on the image on the right, that's the existing pipe networks and catch basins of the town that we took into consideration. We wanted to make sure that we had everything that we needed available to us to be able to develop the most consistent report. We used, again, ICPR. ICPR is a hydraulic modeling software using the level of service of the town, which is a 5-year, 24-hour storm event, which is about 7 inches of rains within 24 hours. It's a pretty heavy storm. And we took all the town information, drainage wells, control structures, and everything, and we put into the report.
Right.
So let me stop you right there. You're making certain assumptions. Is that what you're telling us? In order to sort of get your software to work, you have to make certain assumptions, like there's, if you go back to the last slide, a 5-year, 24-hour rain event, correct?
Correct, and that's a governmental mandate of what Dade
That's a
County
standard?
require, a standard
So that's a minimum
requirement.
standard, right?
Correct.
Okay. And where does that fall on the scale of, light rain to really horrible rain?
For example, a couple of month ago, you guys had a rain event of 5.27 inches, right?
Yeah, okay, so where would that
The
fall?
5-year, 24 hours is a 7-inch.
Okay, so that's a 7-inch
Yeah,
in
right.
24 hours.
In 24 hours.
All right, so if we go beyond 7 inches in 24 hours, then it's a different
It's a different.
set of circumstances.
It's different circumstances,
Thank
different
you.
storm events. The storm event, it takes about, I believe it's 20% chance of occurring during the year.
Right,
the year
and
storm.
we did look at other storms that come in. One of the things, once you
Can we
get to
talk
the,
about that once we get to
Yes.
what the solutions, we can
Sure.
compare those solutions against those other possible more intense storms and
Correct.
how the system would
Certainly.
work under those circumstances?
and what happened in the lower year storms, the weirs that we talked about, the water never gets up above those. But when you get to the higher storms, it actually builds up and overflows the seawalls, the weirs. There's other ways for the water to get out. So it's not confined to the wells that come in here. And when we're looking at a water quality standpoint, it's at the lower year storms that is like 95% of all storms is less than 3 inches. And the higher storms, when we get into talking about 10 inches, 15 inches, those are very infrequent events. And we're not as concerned about the water quality in those cases because the lower volume storms have captured the dirty water, if you will, and the other water escapes through, overflowing at bridges or seawalls or somewhere else. So we can get into that, but the design storm is the 5-year, 24-hour that we've looked at here. And if you flip to the next slide, the parameters you're asking about, the biggest thing from a drainage in order to keep you're looking at how much does it rain? And that was a great question because how much it rains certainly is a big impact on the model. The other thing is the area. How much area do we have? And the third major thing you're looking at is how does it run off? If I have a field of grass, you don't get a lot of runoff. If I have a bunch of buildings and streets and roads, you get a lot of runoff. So you have to, basically those are your three big parameters that go into the model to determine what's the level, how wet are your feet when we come through it.
Right, so once we inputted the model, we inputted everything in the model, we decided to break up the basins, as you can see, into a lot more basins than what the previous report had done to be able to get an accurate analysis of how much water is actually flooding or staging up on Abbott Avenue.
Yeah, just a quick explanation of basins. A basin is, we take a look at that on more of a micro scale, saying the water that would fall in this basin either contributes to the catch basins in those areas. And so this is laid out based on the topography or the how the slope of the land is, what the homes as you see are the ridges in between, the streets are the low areas, so the basins.
Are there good colors and bad colors?
They're all good colors.
Okay, well,
Those are all good colors.
they're all good colors?
They're just to differentiate the basins.
All right. That-
Yeah, and we did it by street, so the street will have all the same colors. There's no real differentiation. And as you can see in our parameters, we didn't only look at the 5-year, 24-hour, and that's the design level that we require by the town. We looked at the 10-year, 24-hour, the 25-year, 3-day storm, and the 100-year, 3-day storm, which is a 1% event that may happen or may not happen in a year. So we did the conclusion of the existing report. And when we looked at the Crowner Road elevations on Abbott Avenue, these are the existing Crowner roads according to the LiDAR information that we had, these are the stages of the water, how high the water was going. So on basin D7, which is 92nd Street, your Crowner Road, your highest, your average Crowner Road is 390, and the water staging up to 5 feet 30 inches. You're staging about 1.5 feet of water above your Crowner Road, which is, it's a lot of water. It's a lot of water. So that allowed us to concentrate that, if you can see where stages the higher, is in basin C2, D7, E8, and F9. And these are again, as you know, these are your trouble basins, right? 92nd Street, 91st Street, 90th, and 89th Street. Those are the major basins. But our analysis was not only that, our analysis was all of Abbott Avenue. We wanted to make sure that in all of Abbott Avenue, you want to keep your feet dry. So we started proposing, trying out scenarios through ICPR. We recommend 3 scenarios. We tried out at least 20, 25. It was a long, arduous process to try to figure out what was the best solution for the job. So again, we wanted to look at the short-term solutions and the long-term solutions for our approach. We designed scenarios with increasing pipe sizes. We designed scenarios putting pump stations in different locations. We designed scenarios adding outfalls or adding extra pipes all over the place. And we came up with 3 scenarios that will help the town. Scenario 1 is upsizing the pipes for the FDOT system. This is on Harding Avenue between 94th and 95th Street to a 24-inch pipe. At the moment, their system has a 10-inch pipe, which does not convey enough water. So what happens when those pipes get full and those catch basin gets full, water trickles down to Abbott.
Yeah, just when we say scenario 1, this is in the order that we number it. It doesn't have to do with the recommendation of the scenarios, just didn't want that to be a confusion.
You're not ranking them.
Correct. Correct. So scenario 1, again, as you can see, since this is all the way in 94th and 95th Street, upsizing the pipes, it helps the basin A4 and B4, which are pretty much the basins that are right at the top on 94th, 95th Street, and 96th Street. It would bring it down a little bit over 6 inches. That would bring those levels down to the level of service that is required for 6 inches of water to be below the crown of road. Then we did a scenario 2, which is
Okay,
another.
well, listen, let's go back to scenario 1 and show us where to look for the good news. So the news here was that there was no appreciable difference
Right
on
there.
the problem areas?
In this scenario, there's no appreciable difference in the problem
Okay,
areas at
so,
all.
and where would everybody look to really determine that, right there?
So yeah, A4, A4.
Everything
and
is
B4.
neutral, right?
D7 is where they would look.
Well, I'm just, no, but I'm saying, that I think it's stage reduction difference, right?
Yes.
Is that where we see if we're
Correct.
making progress or not
Correct.
with the plan?
And this is the
Those
first
are the
3
right,
basins, which are the top 3 basins: 96th Street, 95th Street.
right, and
94th
the
Street.
first line plus .31, does that mean you're adding to the problem with this design, or you're getting better?
Well, on stage AJ, on basin AA4, the road elevation is 4.
Yeah,
The existing stage without any improvement is 337.
right,
The grade line is getting a little bit higher at 368, but the water's not going above the crown of road. It's not, it's not
Okay,
spilling out.
but just so everybody knows, because we're gonna look at this on the next page and the next page, what does the plus .31 mean? Does that mean there's more water or less water?
All right, let me try to explain. I'm gonna go back to hydraulic grade lines. I'm gonna talk a little bit about, get you a little bit of the details.
Remember, we wanna do this so a third grader could
Right, I
understand.
understand. If you look in the first column, the 4, that's the grade of the road. Okay, that's actually what the elevation is of the
Right,
road. It's up
okay.
higher. The, before, it was 337, that was the existing stage, that was the hydraulic grade line. This is where the water is being transferred to either the outfall, as a gravity outfall.
Okay, but that's, I just think you need to tell me, what column to look at to see if we're getting improvement or we're going in the wrong direction.
Okay, let me explain. Okay, you're going it's not really the wrong direction if the hydraulic grade line rises in the system. In other words, below the grade elevation. Okay, you know what I mean? The existing hydraulic grade line was 7/10 of a foot below the grade elevation or the roadway, whereas now it's up there within 4/10. So the grade came up 3/10, hydraulic grade line, but it's still below the road elevation. So yes, it did come up in the pipes. And here's where it makes a difference.
Well, again, does it keep our feet dry or what?
Yes.
Which is,
This area is higher than the low areas that we've talked about on 94. So what happens to that water? If it doesn't get conveyed in the pipe system,
Yeah.
it comes down the road
Okay.
to get there. So
All right.
that water ends up down in the low area. If we handle it in the higher areas, it goes away and then get your
Doesn't
feet
get
wet
conveyed.
on its way there.
doesn't add to the problem somewhere else.
Correct.
Sure. Correct. So the next scenario was scenario 2. There's an improvement of a connection of a 24-inch pipe going down Abbott Avenue from 92nd to 94th Street, or from 94th to 92nd Street. And this scenario by itself, it doesn't add the other scenarios. This is a scenario by itself. As you can see, the improvements on these scenarios would have been made on basin B4 and C2. These were the major improvements worked, but it wouldn't have helped by itself. It would have helped scenario A4. And as you can see, it doesn't really do anything for the trouble basins, which is scenarios D7, E8, and F9. So we kept on trying scenarios. We kept on upsizing pipes. Every time we upsized the pipes on different scenarios, the only thing it did was raise these numbers on those trouble basins, because the bigger the pipe, the more water would go into those basins. It would convey more water into those basins, so it didn't really help. So we started looking into different solutions, adding pump stations, adding drainage wells, and we came up with scenario 7, which scenario 7 adds a pump station on 91st Street, pump station 91st Street with 3 drainage wells, pressurized wells. So we're gonna be pumping the water straight out of 91st Street and Abbott. We're going to pump it out into drainage wells. And it also adds, on 92nd Street, it also adds 3 pressurized, another pump station, another 3 pressurized drainage wells on 92nd Street. So what does that do for us? We're pumping the water straight out of where the problem area is immediately. It's not on Bay Road, it's not on 96, it's not in 92nd. It's right where the issue is. So look at the amount of water we're able to get out of on the 5-year 22. We're talking about 2.5 feet on basin D7, which is 92nd Street basin.
Reduction in flooding of 2.5.
We're talking 1.57 feet on basin on 91st Street and 1.27 feet on basin.
When you say 2.54 feet, right? You reduce it by 2.54 feet?
Yep.
What was it to start off with?
530.
Okay.
And the road
So
elevation
on the road is
3.9.
3.9. So we're showing an improvement of 2.76 feet, which means the water is 1.5 feet lower than the grade of the road, which means, like you said before, Mayor, your feet are dry. So at the end of the day, the solution to be able to solve the issue with Abbott was to do it straight at the source of where the problem is. We tried putting 1 pump station instead of 2 pump stations, and it would only help one side of the issue, both sides of the issue, 91st and 90th Street. So at the end of the day, our recommendation is to do all 3 scenarios, 1, 2, and 7. That is the scenarios that are gonna be most beneficial to keep Abbott Avenue dry. If you look at the next one, this is the combined scenarios of 1, 2, and 7. And as you can see, there is improvement on all of the basins except I-8, which is the basin next to the 88th Street, which no matter how much we try putting bigger pipes or anything like that, we will not be able to, unless we put another pump station, which we think that basin, because of the DOT, doesn't get as flooded as the other ones anyways.
Right, so to just sort of summarize those 3 recommended scenarios, your biggest bang is scenario 7 that increases the discharge capacity. Those are the 2 pump stations going in there. Scenario 1 is really DOT. It's on the DOT roadway system, and what we're recommending there is they have capacity in their pump systems, but from the data we've been able to glean from DOT, and we've been pushing on DOT pretty hard as far as getting as-built, construction plans, they appear to have very small pipes that don't transmit the water to where their pump stations are. So that in the storm we were looking at, a 5-year 24-hour, there's runoff coming down that hill, not being conveyed to their pump station.
Are they obligated to maintain their water and not have that water run off into our residential areas?
We have a meeting set up with them on Friday to discuss our findings. And I'm not sure if they're obligated. It's usually good practice that they do not run off to other areas, but we'll have that discussion with them.
Right, and again, back 10 years ago when we had direct connections to the outfall and the tidal water, it probably wasn't an issue that it came down the hill, got into the system, and went on out. Now it is, because of the weirs that are in there and the water coming down is an issue.
Correct.
So that's why we're seeing it now that maybe you didn't see it 15 years ago because he didn't have the weirs that were blocking that water in there.
So,
And-
excuse me,
yes.
so if you're meeting with FDOT this week, is it possible that you can work with them to get them to update their system while we do ours?
That,
It'll
that's the goal.
certainly be a discussion with them.
That's
I
the
mean,
goal. Town staff has already been invited to the
Because
meeting.
that would be part and parcel of them containing their own water.
Correct.
Correct,
Correct.
correct. And
Well,
and
that-
again,
that-
these systems.
I'm sorry, well,
Yeah.
that was, the discussion that we had with Randy. That's why he suggests, scenario 7 more than 1 and 2 and 7. So just to do 7, which would be where our problem area is, versus going and doing something with FDOT, which that would be their responsibility. And we felt
Right.
that doing something by Publix, which is I believe, scenario 2, I mean, that area is already dry. And then you also have the separate, the closure of Abbott Avenue right there. So it really doesn't run off to where our
Towards
problem area is. So what our suggestion was, or well, his suggestion or his recommendation was more to do 7 than the others.
Which is the
Right.
biggest bang, that's correct.
So the idea would be to get FDOT to do 1, and then
Yes.
we would have 1 and 7. And so at a later date, if we felt we needed to do 2, we would be able to do that.
Correct.
Right,
Correct.
okay, perfect.
I have a question. To the best of your knowledge, from all the research you did, has this town ever asked DOT to upgrade their system, or have we been sitting around and letting this with their small pipes?
I don't, as far as there is cooperation between DOT and the town, they've been definitely working together through.
No, but
you know,
has there ever been a request in the past, when you were deep diving into this topic, where the town has asked them to upgrade it, which would be helpful for us? Has that ever happened?
Not that I know. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure DOT knew they had those smaller pipes up in their
Because we've been
systems.
working on this, supposedly, the commissions in the past, we're working on this Abbott.
No,
Problem.
if I can clear that up, because when we hired Keith, that was part of it, was because they had found that in the previous report, it didn't include Harding, and they wanted to look at Harding.
Oh, so Calvin Giordano never looked at Harding?
Right, that scenario, you wanna flip back to,
Get in there.
yeah, the basin that's on the, yep, there it is. The whole basin on the bottom there, that is the DOT basin, if you would. It has the ridge on down. So they basically looked at the Surfside basins, but not what's up on top of the hill. And what we found is that those areas up on top of the hill are contributing to the
Of
issues
course.
that we're having
It's common sense.
downhill.
Yeah.
And as far as DOT, when we talk with them, I mean, to find a road, a DOT road that has a 10-inch pipe on it is very, you don't build those anymore. I mean, back when those went in years and years ago, they probably did. And we're not saying that all of them are that. They looked very hard for, construction projects, as-built, whatever. They really didn't have a lot of records. We dug as deep as we could. We may find once survey happens, because they're looking at doing some resurfacing projects out there right now. But doing the resurfacing, they even then don't get into looking at what's underground, because it mainly has to do with milling and resurfacing up top. So we're getting them to look at it. We may find that there are other pipes. Our model used what we found from the records. So that's why it reflects that water coming down the
So
hill.
does your scope of work include staying on top of them and making sure this happens, or is that gonna fall back on our town staff to try to haggle, or, because government, as you can see, works at a glacial pace?
Yeah, no, we are doing the coordination. Actually, the town has a master plan, a townwide. This was really focused on Abbott, which is what our charge was, to solve this Abbott issue. There is a town-wide system that looks at, more holistic, what's gonna happen, what other things can be done town-wide, seawalls, pipe sizes. And in that case, the scope for that would look into something like you're talking about.
Okay, but the number one, the pipes being replaced, if we move forward working with you on the design, et cetera, if we greenlight this, I don't want one to just fall off your to-do list. One is part of what we're sort of buying, right? We want one to be,
One is one is really DOT.
But-
And if anybody's gonna pay for that, it has to be DOT.
sure, and I'm not saying
Right.
paying for it.
We can't
Commissioners-
go and open their road.
Her
Oh,
mic.
sorry.
We can't go and open their road without their permission. I mean, they have to do that part. This is just a recommendation for them to take care of it, not for us to take care of it, correct?
That's correct. And
No,
the
I
ne- the
understand
ne-
that. What I'm asking is, can someone from your team be on top of making sure that that happens as part of the scope of the work?
Well, they have a meeting with them next Friday.
I hear that. I'm just, what I'd like is there to be
Maybe
follow-through,
because you were
so that
texting.
it's not, doesn't fall off
weren't
the
paying
to-do
attention.
list.
Right.
I think what the
next-
commissioner is asking is whether you're willing to enter into a contractual obligation to be obligated to cajole DOT to do their work while you're doing your work.
Right,
Yeah.
and where that would come in is in our next scope, which is the design of the system that we've outlined. So in the design of the system we've outlined, we will put in a scope item that includes coordination with DOT. It won't be designing that system because hopefully we get DOT to take on the responsibility of the design and construction of that portion of the road. But certainly we would include a scope item that would include that coordination with DOT.
Great, thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
Getting to the end of the model and the conclusion. We did a really preliminary opinion of probable cost or cost estimate. And we decided to do this cost estimate including soft cost and construction cost. Soft cost being design costs and construction administration services, and the construction cost still very preliminary because we don't have a full survey, we don't have the whole information that is there. So for the total combined 3 scenarios with all the costs, it's 4.5 million, which compared to the previous report that did not solve your problem, I think is the same number or a little bit less. But this solves the problem.
Yeah, I had a question about the prior, because I was at the meetings when the last one was brought up, et cetera, and that was part of the reason why I felt very strongly about going outside and getting other opinions.
Correct.
So I'm glad that we didn't,
You
We
didn't
didn't-
jump into it.
correct. I think I'm glad that we were right to question that, and I'm glad that we got a fresh point of view. I'm disappointed, and that's probably why we changed our whole employment
Situation.
model, correct, to have a series of, companies to pull from instead of sort of that one, because I really felt like before, we were captive to this one provider, this one opinion that didn't feel right. So thank you for doing this.
No, thank you for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. And again, this is the last to show the improvements. The scenario 1 improvement is the purple improvement all the way above. That would, again, that's what would fall under the DOT to fix. This is our scenario 2, which is a connection pipe from 94th to 92nd. And this is the scenario 7 improvements, the pink system, where the circles are, is where the pump station would be located. And we have it going across, that's an overflow pipe, just in case the wells are handling a higher storm than planned, the water can outfall into the bay.
All right, so that concludes our presentation. If you have any further questions, we'd be happy to answer. If you think of anything,
Good.
you know,
I'm sure there are questions. Who'd like to go first?
Okay, it's not much of a question. I just wanted, for the benefit of the people watching and the people here, if you could explain how this will also help the other streets that also get some flooding, because,
Well, you go ahead.
yeah, this system takes water on the upstream side, which is this low area in here. There is a drainage system throughout. There are catch basins. Maybe you can flip back to that original one, Carlos. It shows where all the catch basins are. This area was low area is where it puddles. You know, that's where you get not just your feet, almost your knees wet in that area. And so that water is now with this system being taken care of, so it leaves it takes the burden off the rest of that system that's out there.
So it will help alleviate the rest of the down system.
We've actually had people canoeing down the street, so that's bad. That's not just getting your feet wet.
so I would like to ask you, one thing is, in the design phase, can you design it to allow for portable backup power to include an auto transfer switch?
Yes. During the design phase, we can add those extra things that need to happen. We can add plug so generators can be hooked up and the pump station
I
can be run.
think that's a
with
great
power.
question from the Vice Mayor, and I think it pertains to the issue of the failure of the power.
Yeah,
Where's the water go?
And the basically shutting down of the entire system. So obviously, if the power goes out, our beautiful design fails.
Correct.
And I guess the other question would be, if there was that transfer switch, how quickly, obviously you'd have to anticipate that the power is gonna go down, which you probably wouldn't. You'd probably assume it's not gonna go down. But if it did go down, I wonder what the time frame would be to get those backup generators in place and get them connected.
right, in this case, you're probably looking at, trailer mounted generators that come in.
Correct.
Because the elevations, the noise,
No,
trying to
you
find,
do what you
there's
gotta
no
do.
way you could put
Correct.
one on that site. So it would be the sort of thing, you'd have a dedicated one that you'd coordinate with Public Works as to
Correct.
where it would be stored and kept and how it would plug in. So it would just be a matter of getting it from the storage to the place so it can be
But
plugged in.
I think really obviously the pumps are electric. And then, are you providing for backup power also, or that's not part of the plan?
The pump control panels can be set up to have a plug itself.
Not just
where-
a plug, but I'm just saying a generator.
Yeah, no,
Right.
no, that's what I'm trying to get to. You
Uh-huh.
have a plug where you come in with your generator, your portable generator, you come in,
No,
you
but I'm
plug it
saying
in,
a
and it
permanent
runs.
generator. See, if you were gonna really
Well,
make it redundant, right?
We could try to
You'd
do
have to-
that, we
you-
will have to look into the location of where to
Uh,
locate the generator
which
itself.
is the issue, right?
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
the
okay.
issue with permanent generators is you have minimum elevations they have to go in at,
Yeah.
and the roads are down lower, which is basically the elevation that a generator, because of the electric, is up at the elevation of the home. So if you're out in a street and you wanted a permanent type solution, you would have to locate this generator basically at the elevation of the floor pads.
Which is why I think the Vice Mayor's talking about
No,
it.
that's not what I asked. If I can clear up what I asked. What I asked exactly for is to include an auto transfer switch for a portable backup generator, because it's not to have a generator in there, but, mostly when you lose power is when there's a hurricane. So, we would either have a generator here at Town Hall, or we could rent generators. They rent generators. And you rent a generator for a storm event where you think you might lose power, or you're gonna get significant rainfall, and you don't wanna take that chance. So you can't leave a generator, I think that's what the gentlemen are saying, you
Correct.
can't leave a generator there all
Well,
the time.
actually,
I'm sorry.
what you can do is when you design a system like this, you probably have an electric pump. And you do, Miami Beach, for instance, does have probably generators in place to back up those electric pumps. But, that creates, this is what I was getting at. I guess I misunderstood what she was going. She's just looking for a plug.
Right.
She wants to be able to plug in a generator. Okay, great. But I'm saying that, if your power goes out, logistically, you've got to make arrangements to get the generator in, you've got to bring it over, you've got to plug it in, and then it's going to run again. But I'm saying if you want a really resilient system, right, and you really want to make sure the floodwaters get taken away, you need to provide for that power immediately. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting hours and maybe longer for those backup generators to show up so you can run your electric pumps.
That's correct. And
Well, I'm
you
sorry.
could-
Well,
you-
actually, I spoke with Randy today, and correct me if I'm not wrong, Hector, that they want to request that we have a temporary, generator that we can haul over, or I'm assuming haul over, I don't know how you're going to do it, and connect it to these pumps so that we have it on our property, or it's ours, and we use it when we need it, correct? I would just explain it the way he explained it to me, sorry.
Commissioner, by the way, I'm here on behalf of Randy Stokes, Public Works Director. He's right now in his home medical, so I'll be plugging in for him. Commissioner, that's correct. The idea is to have by the way, two parts to your question. First part is correct. In our assets, have some kind of generator that we would be able to tote around where needed, strategically placed, which is the second part of the question, prior to a storm event that we should know or anticipate it's coming, specifically during this season. So we would strategically place a generator that is mobile, and in doing so, cutting down on that reaction time for that transfer.
Yeah,
Way we wouldn't have to go rent the generator or call the generator people and say, listen, there's a storm now here. we have no power, bring the thing. We would have it
one
in our town
generator-
already.
Would one
that's-
generator run the pumps that you're proposing?
Mayor, one generator per station.
Oh, per station. Got it. Thank you.
And my point was exactly that. Yeah, I mean, you can rent the generator, you can have the generator. The point is that to build the generator in is way expensive. It's gonna jack the price up, and it's not necessary because you don't need it there all the time.
No, and you need that switch to be able to connect that
Exactly.
generator to that switch. So your
Exactly.
question is very, very good, and that's excellent. Thank you.
I have a question about generators. If we, I mean, I know Abbott has a really bad problem with the flooding, and we have to address that. There are other areas of town, I've gotten emails from residents that are all like, what about me and my street? That we're getting a lot of flooding in other areas as well. We need to fix all these problems. So I want to make sure that when we're done with all the money we're spending on Abbott, that there is money left over to fix the rest of town, and make sure that the other streets are not flooding. It's like, we can't, spend millions of dollars on generators for one block when this town has, Abbott is A. We have every letter all the way through H, G, Garland. I mean, we've got a big town here.
Thank you, Commissioner. To speak on that item, just as a reminder, we did win a state grant, a federalized state grant. So we're working through that for, I believe it's up to $107,500 for a town-wide stormwater drainage plan. So it'll incorporate, the results that we have for here, but it'll look at everything from town-wide, from the dune line all the way down.
But
so that'll address.
I think
some of
with
those.
respect to Commissioner Salzhauer's issue, which is a good one, isn't it true that if we improve the flooding situation on one street, it takes less stress off all the others too?
No, that's correct. We said it takes away. I'm not saying it solves all those other problems in there, and there certainly would need to look at that, and that's what the town-wide master plan would look at. But you're right, it does take stress away from
Well,
that.
I mean, you're not sending water over to the other streets because you're containing it in basin that you're dealing with, is that correct?
Right, and water that used to go from this area down those pipes is no longer traveling down those pipes
It's
to
going
make
into
its
the
way to the
wells.
bay. It's going down the wells,
Yeah.
so those pipes have more capacity.
Got it.
Can I just add on that?
Why
Because
don't you,
I
why
live
don't,
on
why don't you come up and speak at the microphone so everybody at home can hear
I
you?
know other streets flood. It's
Give
just
us-
that
give us
on our
your
street.
name and address.
Oh, Victoria Syphon, 1925 Abbott
Hi,
Avenue.
Victoria.
Hi. So it's just that on our street, the water seats for hours. So I'm not saying that flooding is going to be fixed. We're going to flood, but in our street, water can seat for 1, 2, 3 hours, and that creates a lot of damage around the house because it's in our garage. So forget about the things we have in our garage. It's around the house, so you have moist. And all the things that you can think of. So I think it's about perspective of the problem. We're still gonna get flood, but the water needs to drain faster on Abbott because it sits there for hours. I wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, which is a good point. I think that, here's the issue, and I guess we're in the question and answer phase. The town is simultaneously working on a pilot program to raise houses. And we're getting close to the ability to raise a couple houses in town and see how that works. I think most people recognize that the ultimate solution, the most resilient solution, is to raise the houses up out of the way. My concern is that we're gonna get initial surges of water. And, we've talked about this drainage thing, and we've talked about how, instead of having the water sit there for 10 hours, the water is moved out in 2 hours or something like that, okay? But initially, the water still rises up, goes in the houses, and it just sits in the house maybe for less time. See, I think that's the question I mostly am concerned about. Does this solution keep the water out of the houses? Does it stop it from rising up to that danger level? Or is it more like, well, listen, we're gonna have a lot of water and this is gonna move that water out a lot faster, but we're still gonna have water in the homes, and that's gonna be an important part of my decision, because at the end of the day, if we're not keeping the water out of the homes, even if it's for a short period of time, because once that water goes in the house, you're shot.
Our analysis is showing that we're keeping the water below the FEMA flood elevations. Now, I'm not gonna say all the houses, I don't know the elevations of all the houses out there, but what FEMA sets as a minimum flood elevation, our analysis is showing.
Well, I mean, does that take into account the houses that were built in 1935?
Yeah, again, I don't know the
Okay.
elevations of
All
all the
right, but
houses.
I mean,
you know,
but
and-
listen,
and that
we're-
might be a good,
We're going in the right direction, and I was gonna ask you, we talked about modeling certain rain events. And what happens if we get one of those really catastrophic rain events like we had a couple years ago where it rains for 4 days and it doesn't stop, and it's, I don't know in inches. You said 7 inches before, but do we get 12 inches in 24 hours? I mean, and what happens if we get 12?
yeah. And that, we did an analysis based on a 25-year study, which is about 12 inches, I think. And then the 100-year rain, what happens? And we did take a look at those elevations. And in that, the 100-year, which is the chance, it says 100-year storm, it's basically a 1% chance. Every year you get a 1% chance of getting that storm. So it doesn't mean it's gonna be 100 years that you get one and don't have to worry about it for another 100 years. It's 1% each year. But our analysis says that we keep it below the FEMA elevations. It would be a good idea to know what the other elevations of the older homes are, and do they need to be raised
Okay,
up
well,
to?
that should certainly be something that you guys, we should give you that information so you can plug it in, because, again, this is important. We've been promising residents that we were gonna solve the problem now since we got elected. It's been promised since I was the mayor 10 years ago, but nothing's happened, so we've gotta do something. Okay, but what we don't wanna do is we don't wanna invest $5 million and have people still have water coming into their house, albeit for a much shorter period of time, because once the water goes in, they're dead. So, I'd much rather than spend the money on lifting up more houses and get the houses up out of the way. But, having said that, I'm gonna keep an open mind, and we're gonna try to see if this is gonna work. But let's do this. We have questions from other residents I know, and we have speakers from other, with other perspectives, and I think the commission probably wants to hear from everybody on this subject, so we can, go
I
ahead.
just
Yeah.
wanted to comment on what you're saying with the raising of the houses. I think it's a wonderful idea to raise the homes. However, that still doesn't solve the problem of people's cars on the streets. And our lots are very small, so we barely can get in maybe 1 or 2 cars on our driveway. So the rest of the cars in our household are being placed on the street. So these cars are the ones that are getting flooded and damaged as well. So the fact that you elevate the house doesn't solve that particular problem. And that's really where, we're gearing this to be solving that problem and
Well-
solving the problem of getting the water
But
inside people's homes.
it's the same question with respect to the cars. If you get the surge, you get that one big surge in the beginning where the rain just dumps. Once it goes into the car, once it goes into the house, and again, I think when we have those hurricanes that are coming, if the houses are protected with respect to raising them, we check that box. Now, obviously, we've got to figure out how to check the box for the cars. The short-term solution for the cars, at least the cars can be driven to an elevated parking lot and put in that parking lot during the storm. The houses cannot. But anyway, Madam Clerk, you had a question?
Mayor, just to let you know that it's 8:20.
We have good and welfare, right?
At 8:15, we should have
Right,
taken it.
okay. So, you guys, we're getting backed up here. Let's do good and welfare, maybe we can combine that, and we'll hear from some flood people, and, we can keep moving. So,
I think people should be able to talk at good welfare and at.
well, thank you, Commissioner. No one said they couldn't. I'm just saying, let's move along and see how it goes.
Before we go, sorry, I wanted to be able to answer to one of your
Yeah.
owners' question.
Because I live on 91st and Abbott, I'm interested in knowing.
Okay, Deb, you got to come up and talk. So why don't you ask your question to this gentleman? I'll let you do that. Just come up, ask your question, he'll answer it, and then we'll go to good and welfare.
Okay, Deborah Sinadevia, 9108 Abbott Avenue. Just very quickly, I'm the person that's been fighting this for like 6 years, 8 years. Where would the pump be installed? Is it gonna be, on the curb of the person's house, whether it's me or my neighbors, or is it going to be in the center? I was in a sustainability committee and I had suggested, if possible, that it would be in the center of the intersection, from what you just told me, possibly. So just so that, it's not on someone's property or even the right-of-way right by our house. That's my question. Okay, if you could describe what that would be.
First, the design of the pumps will be underground, so the only thing that will be sticking out of the ground will be your control panels. So it's not a big area. We would do like the DOT has it on 94th Street and 88th Street, which everything's underground, the pump stations, everything's there. So the only thing that will be sticking out will be a small control panel to be able to access, turn on, turn off the pump.
Center of the intersection?
We can put it in the center in the intersection, we can put it in one of the corners.
Yeah, the control
We
panel
need-
is off on the side somewhere.
the ones on Miami Beach?
No.
No, no.
You guys have seen those control panels on 88th Street.
So it's more like what's in front of Publix?
It's
Like
like
in that
what's
corner
out
of Publix?
here right now.
Yeah.
It's an
Okay.
existing DOT type
Okay.
system.
But would it be possible in the intersection?
Debbie, no.
Like a roundabout?
Mayor, Debbie can speak from the chair.
I know, Debbie. Okay, so listen, so the question, really what we're talking
We
about
can-
is the location of the pumps,
We
right?
we could look into the design to put in the control panels in a roundabout way. We can put
We
it,
don't have a roundabout there.
we can create a small one, or we can put it in one of the corners.
Okay, so
commercial
that's a
corners. I mean,
logistical
yeah,
issue with
yeah.
respect to design, but the bottom line is, suffice to say, you were right, it can go underground.
Right, and those are design issues that come up in the next phase, design
Put
issues.
those ugly panels underground too, please.
Right, there's a
Okay.
lot of utilities in the ground, so all of that
let-
goes into the design, that's.
Okay, let's go
We-
to good and welfare.
We'll stand here if anybody has any
Who wants to
questions.
go first
Do you
for
have
good
a
and
picture of the
welfare?
panel? Do you have any pictures of that?
No, we don't.
Okay, you go to 88th Street, they're gigantic on,
Said it wasn't big.
it's
was my
gigantic,
question.
gigantic.
Oh, it
Byron.
is gigantic?
Mayor Commissioners, thank you very much.
Yes,
We'll wait here
it's
if you have
gigantic.
any further questions.
Gigantic. Well, who's first? Good and welfare. Nobody? That'll be good. Okay, yes, ma'am, come on.
I don't need the microphone.
No, you have to. You have to tell us who you are and
Name
give
and
us your
address for the
address.
Marina Sarabia on Byron Avenue and 89th Street.
Welcome.
I hear this is very new to me, what they're doing in Abbott, and I'm very happy to contribute to the well-being of everybody. However, in Byron, we also have, I was in a meeting that you had on Zoom, I thank you very much. There's a lot of water, not only water that we've been getting, and it is what it is. We've been dealing and putting sandbags and vegetation and, rain gutters, all you name it. But now we have the added problem of the enormous amount of traffic and people speeding, failure to stop in the stop signs. I've been literally going door to door, talking to all my neighbors up and down, and they pretty much encourage me to come over here and talk. We know that Collins Avenue opening is not up to you guys. I know that this is the county, but what it's just anything that we can do to just enforce, to make it a little bit more tolerable for us. It is the loud music at late hours at night, is the speeding, is the failure to stop. My neighbor was almost run over. I was almost run over. They flip you, they throw garbage on your grass. I've been very happy in this neighborhood, and all of a sudden, I know that we have gone to a tragedy, but life has to eventually go on. I gotta go to work, I gotta sleep, and all my neighbors too. Please, do
Okay.
something.
That is something that I think we all want to talk about.
Definitely.
But let me ask you, I
should-
think, are we gonna hear
should-
from everybody and then we're gonna comment?
I
I think,
mean,
is
I
that
would-
how we're doing it?
Well,
Okay, listen, I think we agree to that. So what we'll do is, I think we all have comments about that particular issue. I know I do. Okay, next speaker. Yes, George?
George Kouslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. You brought up the idea that raising the houses might be an option or preferable to the civil engineering project. And I don't think they're not mutually exclusive. The problem, as you've said, has been here for 10 years or longer, and it's getting worse. So the piping and pump project, I think, is necessary now. The other thing, raising the houses and something related to that is something you should look into because it's for the long-term benefit for everything in town. And there's a disconnect between your Chapter 42 in your town code and Chapter 90, which is your zoning code. Chapter 42 is floods. And they kind of speak differently about how you treat the underside of a house. And in the future, if you could bring those two together, then you could do things where you could raise the house and actually use the land under the house, which increases the permeability of the entire town the more you do this. And you think about how you can do that, and that can happen incrementally, house by house. And also, houses don't have to be sitting up on top of these 6-foot-tall ponderous boxes, which make them look even more oppressive. So think about that as you move forward. Thank you.
George. Next.
Jeff Rose, 8851 Frat Avenue. I echo what George said. Hopefully, this commission will bring it to the voters about the height limit, because to raise the houses properly, you're going to have to go probably to the charter, and hopefully you will leave it up to the residents to be able to build those flood-resistant homes. I don't want to talk too much about that tonight, right now. I want to talk, unfortunately, about the tragedy. I want to thank the commissioners, all the commissioners, the town staff, for stepping up during this crisis. I urge all residents to read the report on page 55 of the agenda prepared by the Crisis Management and Solutions team. All of our town staff, thank you. From the police department to Public Works to Randy to Hector, they went immediately to the site and were digging there. To HR, Yami, she did a lot. Parks and Rec, early in the morning, staff, everybody came out, opened up the community center. I really urge everybody to read the report. Our clerks handling all the requests for the public records, our building department. You guys really all did an amazing job dealing with this and juggling the collapse, and yet still taking care of your regular job, dealing with the normal day-to-day stuff to keep the town going. I think we as residents forget sometimes that this is such a small, interconnected town staff that doesn't just clock in and clock out. You guys were also affected. I know you guys know people, and you lost friends and people you guys have known over the years. So I ask residents to please be patient with town staff and our commission, because we've all been affected by this. So thank you guys all. And there's one last thing I want to read about the report. This is kind of a big shout out to our new building official, floodplain manager. If you read the report on page 33, we have saved $469,000 because he helped with our flooding problem. So thank you, Mr. McGinnis, very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Jeff, thank you for recognizing the Parks and Rec Department. I neglected to do that in my talk. Tim Million and his staff were out there in minutes, and that community center was converted into a refuge center, and it buzzed nonstop from that point, 24 hours a day for weeks. It was amazing. Yes, sir.
Joshua Epstein, 9317 Bay Drive. I was not here for the first hour of the meeting, but I was listening online for a little bit of it. I did hear a lot of the comments that everyone was making in regards to COVID. I know I'm no scientist myself, but I know that the CDC has recommended mask wearing within the state of Florida. We have control over our own properties at this point. Miami-Dade County has taken that step to mandate masks on their own properties. And we do know that, I was just looking at the statistics, I had not looked at them, because like many people, I wish COVID was over, could have been over. Hospitalizations right now are up 103%, deaths are up 211%, and cases are up 162%. We've seen the highest cases. Florida and Texas now account for 1/3 of this nation's cases. And with that, I think it's a very clear answer. We either can wear masks or we can go back to lockdowns. And I know nobody here wants to go back to lockdowns. And if everyone cares so much about our small businesses and doesn't want them to have to go back to capacity limits, they take the simple measure of putting a mask over their face. I know we're not either history nerds, but World War II, you have 10 million people who were drafted by the government to go and fight. It's a simple piece of cloth literally being put over your face. I'm not sure what's happened, that now you're some sort of patriot if you put a piece of cloth over your face. But we do know that Surfside has a lot of kids 12 and under, many of whom do have asthma or other conditions, who are put at risk by this. Additionally, in regards to the raising of the houses, I've pointed out many times how it's not actually a real solution. It's not a possible solution. It's not something that Surfside has the funds to do. Believe it or not, there's 282 different towns within the state of Florida. $100,000 a home in Surfside would put the minimum at $100 million. That would be the cost of this project. I've asked multiple times, and clearly because there is no larger plan, it's just a whole lot of ideas floating out there. I've not been provided with the plan, been provided with any numbers or just ballpark estimates of how much this is going to cost, what's the scope of the work that's going to be done, and how this actually makes any sense or addresses the problem. We know right now that we have a very clear solution that's been laid out that our town staff did a lot of work on. It's $5 million. That'll help the problem a lot. Surfside does not have the resources for anything bigger than that, and anything bigger than that at this point, if not done with other towns, one, we don't have the resources for it, and two, it does not make any sense. So I would encourage this commission to go forward with that $5 million drainage project. We understand that many of the residents within the town of Surfside are retired. They do not have the $100,000 in their bank to raise their own house up. This is a step that the town can take, and I've also asked if the town has the resources to provide any of the loans, $100,000 to every resident in the town of Surfside, and the answer was no. So there's been a lot of no's that have gone around. Anytime I've asked a question, there's been no plan. So if you're so passionate about this, Mr. Mayor, I implore you to come forward with a ballpark plan, to come forward with anything that would actually bring all of these ideas floating out there together that would make any sense in the end. But at the end, this plan makes no sense, so you've not provided any plans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Bob?
You can go.
Mary Ann?
Mary Ann Maishai, 9225 Collins Avenue, and this is on another subject. The town committees and boards. It's difficult to have continuity when meetings are canceled because of a lack of quorum and no response from members. The commission needs to pick people that are responsible and that will show up. But another idea may be to incorporate alternates into these groups. Recently, I attended a special P&Z meeting that referred a signage item to DVAC for discussion at their next DVAC meeting. Unfortunately, DVAC has not met since March because of a lack of quorum and a lack of response to schedule special meetings. The next regularly scheduled DVAC meeting is September, but it has already been canceled due to the Jewish holidays. So now we have a ripple effect for other boards. I think our committees and boards all have a tremendous value to the town, so I ask the commission to please consider alternates for our committees and boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Bob?
Last but not least.
No, I'll go after you.
Oh, no, go ahead and speak. So mine's gonna take a 5 minutes.
Deborah Cimadevilla, 9108 Abbott Avenue. First of all, I want to say I'm very, very happy to see all of you here. I haven't been attending meetings because I take care of my elderly mom, my children, and it's hard for me to come all the time. But as you know, I've been attending meetings for the last 10 years or so, and I am very excited that we have, hopefully, solutions, a commission that truly will take care of the residents' needs. I really appreciate when you guys work together and put differences aside. What happened, just today, I sat on the corner looking at the space. My dear friend, Graciela Catarrosi, and her baby girl were sleeping together when that happened with her parents in that apartment. And I was there many, many days. We spent a lot of time in that building. And it's really still hard for me to believe that all of those lovely people, so many that used to come here to these meetings, are no longer with us. And it's just a great reminder that life is but a vapor. And we really need to make the most out of the time we have together. We have to show forgiveness for each other. And we do need to duke it out when we need to debate an issue. But I really I'm still stunned. I'm still in awe. And we really need to think about the battles that we fight and make sure that we treat each other with love, with respect, that we love one another. Because this experience, regardless of your faith, I am a believer in God. I am a Christian. And I spend a lot of time praying with Graciela, and that gives me hope and faith that she is with my Lord. But guys, life is just so precious, and it's so quick, and it's so unexpected. And the last thing that I thought when I spoke with my little Graciela, when I prayed with her a night before, is that this would happen, and it was going to be the last time that I spoke with her. So, you know, we may disagree on vaccinations, masks, but I just asked that we really come together as a community. And I'm so proud, by the way, Mayor, commissioners, I'm so proud of the way that Surfside came across, because I was watching you on TV. And I just want to say, I just love the way you guys came across. You know, the unity and the love and the community and everybody coming together, the patience, you know, I'm just very proud of my town. And but I ask us to please, you know, show love and respect for one another, because life is too quick. And once it happens, we can't call each other up on the phone and ask for forgiveness. Thank God that God forgives us, but I just ask that of you. So thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bob Fisher, 9200 Carlisle. Let's start with the good. The fire hydrants, Mr. Manager, that were painted, cleaned up, they went from ghetto yellow to metal yellow, and they really look nice, too. Yeah, you'd be surprised what fire hydrants do around the city. They do brighten up the city. Street lights are now working. We can all see one another again. 3, some people are sort of walking around with not illuminated. Some are walking around illuminated. Please have some kind of illumination so we can see, us drivers can find you. Lastly, on the good part, people are cleaning up the outside of their houses, and they all look very nice in Surfside. I want to give that thumb up. Let's go to the welfare. Trash in the middle of the street last week looked like haystacks up and down Carlisle Avenue. It took a truck on Saturday to clean up the haystacks. Why? During the week, I don't know, maybe the truck broke down, but it was terrible. There's a house on 94th Street in Carlisle that they're putting sand in. There's sand's all over the street in the gutter. I'll tell you about that. Okay, that's got to be cleaned up. Marlin Company. I was promised 2.5 years ago about my house. Still waiting. No one's contacted me. Okay, the electric poles, many are tilting and falling. Please get them tightened up, because if not, adios. It's going to go around on someone's house. Now, also, get AT&T, get FP&L, and Atlantic Broadband. Make sure they tighten up all those wires. Flapping wires is not going to work during a hurricane. Let's go to Champlain Towers. 2 thumbs up. Outstanding job. Okay? But there's something I want to mention to you, that we can preserve this area. It's called the Hollow Ground Law. The Hollow Ground Law states that any desecrated or death or anything of this nature is protected by the United States government, OPS, free of charge. So it's something to look into, Mr. Law firm, because this is something that can present, this can be a park for us. Now, this is describe this area. We can have a granite wall with names, everybody's name on it. You can have like a little place for flowers like you do in a lot of the cemeteries. You put the flowers in there and stuff all over the place, number 1. Number 2, we can set it up like the Holocaust Museum, where it's indoor. We can have everybody's newspaper clippings, the history, whatever you want to, in that area also telling about it. Can I have 30 seconds?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure I got this all done. Okay. And also, we'd like to turn this into a Serenity Park, which is like this moonrise, the sunset rise, so forth. And then you're so high up, you can see the sunset and the moon fall because you're high up. Okay. And lastly, I read my writing. There's a roadway that's alongside the Champlain Towers, which we can use to do whatever we have to do. Okay, so there's a lot of positive to this, and it's something to think about near future. But then again, free of charge. Thank you very much for all your time, and give me a few minutes extra.
Anytime, Bob. Yes, anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna close good and welfare and open it up to the commissioners. Who would like to begin?
I'll talk.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Miriam, for, Marina, for bringing that up. That's very important. I've been asking that we need to close the street down immediately. The county may say no, we say close it now. I don't think we should wait till Friday, Monday. I think we should call this tomorrow. I personally have gone down the street to go to Publix, where I used to feel somewhat safe of walking down the street, as we have no sidewalks in our town, and now I feel it's horrible. I feel very unsafe going down to the street. And I live on 94th and Byron, so I'm far away from where this street is open. I think it's time to close it now. The safety of our residents is much more important than getting people in and out of the area. I think if people can't wait a little bit longer while they get through our town, then they need to be rerouted towards Biscayne Boulevard or some other place. Take 95 to 163rd Street and come down that way. Or don't come around here, and that's it. I'm sorry, but we cannot wait till something worse happens in our town. You know, when we put the stop signs back, there was a dog that was hit and killed. We can't wait till there's a child or one of our residents or one of our seniors that are trying to do some exercise for that to happen. And if the county doesn't understand that, then I'm sorry, but it is what it is. We're here to protect our residents, and that's the most important thing. I guess I'll let everybody else talk, and then we'll go to the other things. And oh, yeah? Okay, Bob, thank you very much for your comments. We're in the process of undergrounding our town with power lines and everything, so that's something that we won't be seeing, those ugly poles anymore and those cable spaghetti wires all over the place. So hopefully by next elections, we'll have that on the ballot where people can vote yes to spend the money to get our town undergrounded, which is not just for beautification, but it's for safety, and to make sure that we move our town into a better future for tomorrow, so we don't have power outages, so where our children can walk down the street safely. And I know that there's many other things that we need to do in town, like walkability, which is very important. We need to be able to be walking around our town safely and not fear that some car coming down and speeding or playing the loud music. That's unacceptable. But thank you very much for all of you for being here, and thank you for supporting the Abbott Avenue drainage and any other project that we bring to this town to better the lives of all our residents.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. I do want to say I'm obviously supporting this, doing what we can to reduce the flooding. I think it's interesting that, we are Surfside, we are a small town, but we make the rules for this town. And what we're doing is as a commission, we're being very inconsistent. And it's a little bit frustrating for some of the residents, and I understand that. Because on one hand, we say, oh, we know what's best for our town, and then on other things, we say, oh, we're going to defer to the county. We're going to wait around for the county. We can't have it both ways. We have to decide that this is our town and we know what's best for our town, or we have to say, well, the county knows what's best for us and we're just going to defer to them. The county's decided that we should be wearing masks indoors because that's what the CDC also says, that's what science tells us, but yet tonight we said, there was a tie, and so it failed. So we are putting our residents at risk every minute of every day that we don't take those actions. Same thing for changing the zoning. We're sitting here saying thank you to our town staff, we love you, we love you, we love you, but yet we're not taking their recommendations seriously and turning them into actions. Right here on page 33, what Mr. McGinnis is recommending, that we accelerate the 40-year to 30-year. It's very, very clear in here what he's asking us to do. So we can't say we love and respect our employees, but thanks for the idea, we don't like that idea. I think that we need to be more consistent. I think we either need to be deferring to the county, let them investigate, let them figure it all out, we'll just sit around and wait for them to figure it out, or let's say this is our town and we know what's best, and let's get the mask mandates, let's get our investigation going, let's change the zoning rules, let's do everything for the safety of the residents. The same way we're taking charge of this flooding issue, we're not waiting around for God to decide when to rain or not to rain, we're trying to be proactive, we need to do the same thing with everything else. So I'm hearing what everyone's saying, and I hear that residents want action, and we need the support of residents to make that happen. So I see a lot of people in here wearing masks, which means they're supporters of the mask idea because it's voluntary. But yet, we weren't able to deliver that for you tonight. So I'm sorry for that. Thanks.
Okay, yes, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out and voicing their opinions. Debbie, I'd like to thank you for sharing your experience and comments about your dear friend Graciela and the other people we've lost. It was nice to hear about her. And to address, because the comments of the flooding came up again, and what we were discussing previously and what we're going to vote on afterwards is about, it's going to help all the streets with the street flooding, so it's a good thing for the town. It's a great start to definitely to alleviate the problems on Abbott and hopefully other streets as well. The traffic, we need more enforcement. I'd like if we can direct the town manager to provide more enforcement of the streets, because it's not even just the traffic, it's also the litter that's been happening, because just this week I got complaints from different residents about garbage being thrown out in front of their homes, and so it's both. Give them a ticket, please, especially for the littering, but also for the speeding. It's not acceptable anymore. It never was, but we've been too complacent in letting this go on, and we're not a garbage can. You know, clean streets are a priority here. So I'd like to see that. And Mr. Fisher, Mr. Fisher was like, he went and designated his own home historic. I cannot commend him more than what he's done. It's so wonderful to see that someone who values and appreciates the history of the home they grew up in and lived in. I don't know what more he needs, so I'd like that to get done. Whatever he needs from the planning board to please, take care of that for him. And the DVAC, that's really a problem, because DVAC right now we really need. I was pushing for them to have a meeting. I don't know what the problem is. It's not getting enough people. Because our business district has suffered during, before the crisis, during this crisis, and we need to help them. So the point of the committees is to, be stewards of the town with us. And I don't know if we can put out. We have people on there. They're not showing up.
Correct. We're not getting a quorum in order to schedule a meeting.
So do we find new members? Do we add to that maybe?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just about done. I just want to know what we can do. Like, do we have to change the regulations? Is that a whole ordinance to?
It's a resolution, actually.
Resolution?
The DVAC, the Downtown Vision.
So if we could add more members to it, and that way they would be able to have meetings.
Can I make a suggestion? I think it's not just the fact that we need alternates. I think it's the fact that getting people into this building or wherever the meeting is taking place is where the problem lies. Because I think before, when they were doing them Zoom, there was always a quorum. And I think maybe for the committees, we can, I don't know if we can make can we make an exception? No, not allowed? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I did have one more thing to add, actually. The discussion about raising houses, we've never formally had that discussion as a commission, so it would be good to have that because we've not weighed in on that. I haven't, and so it keeps being brought up, but it is very separate from this Abbott drainage, so I'd like to keep it that way.
Okay, actually, with respect to the raising of the houses, we've done investigations, and we're gonna be bringing a full report to the commission for your consideration. One of the things we've done is we've talked to the experts, we've identified 2 houses. Don't interrupt me, please. We're doing the necessary, background information, so we can bring it to the commission, and we can have that discussion. Number 2.
I think that things need to be on the.
Hold on a second. I didn't interrupt you. The second thing, Byron Avenue, you're right. We need to take steps to stop it now. I was the one that suggested in the beginning that we had to open that up because it was like having a heart attack. There was a snake effect going on. And I'll tell you what, I asked the manager to please consider that. He got with Randy, and they immediately opened that artery up, and that allowed the traffic to move because it was a disaster. Now it's a disaster for other reasons. And we've got to do, no, it wasn't the county.
Well, that's what I was told, that it was the
Okay,
county that was
well, hang on a second. So what we've got to do is we've got to do that in reverse now. And I think, Chief, what I'd say is let's talk to our partners at Metro-Dade. And I think we might have to reinstitute that Harding Avenue 2-way action. Because if people are gonna come up, now through Surfside and traverse through Surfside, it can't be through the residential district anymore. That was an emergency, and that was a situation where we needed to open up the roads so we could at least get the emergency people in. We had people that couldn't get into town because they were treating residents. We had doctors that needed to come into town. We had therapists that needed to come into town, and it was a bloody mess. It was you had cars snaking all the way up and down 88th Street, up into Carlisle, up around Byron, over to 88th and Abbott. So it was bad, and I commend the manager for taking that kind of decisive action. But now we've got to do it in reverse, because that was only for an emergency, and now it's time. So I don't know.
Okay, so what do we have to do? Make a motion?
Hang on a second.
Because I make a motion to
Okay,
close
what-
88th Street tomorrow.
Nellie,
Does anybody follow here?
can I?
Hold on, but you have to take a
Got-
an holistic approach to Abbott as well, because Abbott is. the-
Guys, please, okay? So anyway, I think from my perspective, Mr. Manager, Chief, I think that we've got to get with our partners, talk to Metro-Dade and say, it's enough, our residents can't take it anymore. It's unsafe, they're not staffing it, they were staffing it. I know we had the highway patrol here because I worked with Paul Novak to do that. They were staffing it, they were on a lot of the blocks. I know Metro-Dade was doing it because they knew and they understood that it was a pretty significant problem. And it's a problem.
There's no presence.
There's no presence. No, I know that. There's no presence at all. So that's why I think it is incumbent upon us to now fix that problem and do it quickly, as Commissioner Velasquez says. So that's
I'm
number.
sorry, but I don't think we should be contacting no Metro-Dade. I think that we should make a motion right now to direct our town manager to close those streets
Okay.
and restore everything back to the way it was tomorrow.
All right. Well, listen, I'm not
As a matter
against
of
that.
fact, I'm
hold
making
it.
the motion right now.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I'm not against
Thank
that
you.
at all. Okay, but
So
listen, I think that
let's vote on
it would
that.
be nice if I could just finish my comments like you guys did, and then we'll vote on that motion.
It would have been informed correctly.
Okay.
That it was you and not the Metro-Dade.
Well, listen, it was anyway, let's not get into that. Okay, with respect to the businesses, I think the Vice Mayor correctly brought up, we've got to do everything we can for the businesses. To that end, I was working with Alfredo Sanchez from the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce. We had a website called Support Surfside that was taking donations that raised almost $5 million at the last time that I checked, and that's going directly to the family. We now have a website exclusively for the businesses. The Miami Marlins stepped up, and they were the first ones to donate money, so it's exciting. So that's ongoing, and I'm gonna be promoting that website. I hope the other commissioners will promote that website because that's the best way we can help our business district. Okay, so now, let's go to that motion. Listen, well, listen, we want to go around again for another 3 minutes?
Well, I wanted to I wanted to ask you a question because you said we prepared a report about raising the houses. Who is we? Right. Because the commission didn't weigh in on it.
No, you didn't, I did. I'm doing it.
And you're doing, who's we? You said you.
Well, we're working with, guys,
Who's
why
we?
don't you just calm down? We're working with, who's the experts, what's his name, Michael Rabb? Right, Michael Rabb. I've met with staff, Randy's working on this, okay? We've called in, we've brought in home people from the Keys. We've had meetings with Metro Dade about the work that they're doing.
But this needs to be commission direction that
Just
does
hang on a
this. You
second.
can't do projects on your own.
No, it's not a project.
Using town staff and town resources.
Why don't you relax for a second?
It has
okay?
to be a discussion item.
Why don't you relax for a second, okay? It will be a discussion item. Once I get all the facts, I'm gonna bring it to you, and then you can say anything you like about it, okay?
You can't direct town resources
Okay,
for
you
your
said
pet
that-
project.
listen,
It's
listen,
not legal.
Listen,
You can't do it.
Okay, listen, we'll
I
have
do
that
whatever I
discussion
want,
too.
right?
We can talk, I can talk to Public Works, I can talk to the manager, I can talk to people outside if you don't like the idea, just say it.
I'm not saying, what I'm saying is you cannot
That's
direct
all
town
right,
resources,
listen.
which is town
All
staff
right.
that the taxpayers are paying for,
Listen.
which is town resources on your
I'll
pet
tell you what,
projects. It
Commissioner.
has to be a discussion item
I
first.
agreed to not get in the mud with you anymore, okay? So
As
I'll
long
bring
as we
it,
do everything you want.
that's all right, listen, not in the mud with you anymore.
Great. So
All
can
right.
I have say something then?
We're gonna go, over if you
Okay.
wanna, we have agenda. If you wanna go around for another 3 minutes each.
No, 1 minute.
No. Well, first, you make a motion to do
I'd like
that.
to make a motion for 1 minute, thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Yeah.
All right, so go. You got
Okay.
1 minute.
So the way that the commission works as a whole is that items go on the agenda, they're discussion, and then the town gets direction from all 5 of us, okay? That's the way town business is conducted. This is a commission-led form of government, okay? None of us can decide, we have a pet project and we want to spend town resources, whether that's taxpayer money or whether that's town staff time and energy. Because of course, we hire and fire the manager. If I said to the manager, hey, I really need you to do this for me, he's not gonna say, hey, no, I'm not gonna do it. He's gonna say, sure, I'll, because he wants everything to go smoothly. He wants to, do a good job. It's not fair to put him in that position. All direction has to come from this commission. We may not agree. We may all vote, hey, this sounds like a great idea. Don't roll your eyes at me. You're thinking of rolling your eyes at me. Put together a memo. You have a lot of free time that you spend on the internet, as we all know. You can research this as much as you want on the side. Put together a memo. Put it in the packet and put it on the agenda and we will discuss it. You cannot spend 1.5 years of town resources arranging for houses to get raised and making deals with people and then come to us.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead, Nellie.
Okay, I just want to vote on closing the street and restoring everything back to the way our town was, and that includes Abbott Avenue and Byron Avenue, the way it was prior to June 24th. And I want it done as of tomorrow. I don't want to wait till Monday. I don't want to hear on Sunday. I want it done tomorrow. So we already have a motion.
We have a
and we
motion, okay, but we're
Eliana-
going around, everybody gets to talk for a minute now. So, Vice Mayor.
I'm good. I have to say that, I've researched raising houses. I researched it a couple of years ago because I was invited to a seminar through the Historic Preservation about it. So I have ideas on it. I've not been consulted about it. It's not like, it's something I would support, but I have no idea what you are presenting and what you are proposing. And it makes me nervous when you do bring it up publicly because we've not discussed it and you've already identified homes to raise, and that's troubling to me. So that's my feelings there. But yeah, I'm ready to call the vote for this.
Okay, well, I don't want you to be disturbed, and I don't want you to be overly concerned. We have a couple families that are excited about the fact that they won't have water coming into their house, and I'll tell you what, I will be bringing it to you, and you'll have all the information, and you'll have lots of time to tell everybody how you feel about raising the houses and the fact that you think it's a good idea too. So that'll be great.
No, you're misreading what I said.
Well,
but
I hope-
I'm not, what I find troubling is that you've identified homes to do, and that I don't think that's.
Well, listen.
That's something that needs to be decided like in a fair manner. I don't know that that's fair.
Okay, guys, I think we have a difference of opinion. Let's leave it there. Yeah, well, why don't you, yeah, that's right. So there's a question about, repeat the motion, closing it immediately?
closing it immediately.
All right.
And restoring everything the way it was.
And there's a second to that?
Yes, Eliana seconded.
All right, okay. Are we ready for the roll?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to ask the manager though, or, because we have Public Works here, how quickly it can be done? Can it be done, I don't think.
Tomorrow, yes.
Well, they can
Just the
start
same-
tomorrow,
Just
but-
the same way, Tina, that they put back those stop signs
down,
when people brought in a petition.
No, I know it can be done
It's the
tomorrow. I
same
just
thing.
want to be sure that, you have to give them enough time to get the work done.
Yeah, they
Vice-
can
Vice-
put up the barricades and then get it done.
Okay, hang on a second, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, if I may, yes, we can put barricades up to put the traffic back flow the way it was. We've got a contractor that we're gonna be, engaging to do the rest of the work, so we do it professionally, and it is covered, partially under FEMA.
Okay.
Okay,
Right, Jason?
He just needs the direction
No,
so we
let's-
can get it done faster.
all right.
That's all.
Well, let's call the question then.
So Mayor, just to be clear, the motion is to closing 88th Street on Abbott and Byron and to restore it back to the way it was before June
Well,
24th.
actually, it's just Byron, correct?
No, it's Abbott as well. There's a piece of Abbott that also is.
Oh, they opened up Abbott too?
Just by the roundabout, just a little section.
Oh, okay, all right. So we just want to sort of undo what we did, right?
We know.
All right, got it. Okay, call the question, please.
Commissioner Salzauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes,
Mayor Burkett.
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Okay, let's go to the next
Thank
item,
you.
which is item C, street sweeping. Would you please read that?
Mayor, we have to
On
continue
the
5B.
Abbott Avenue drainage.
Oh, we got the drainage, that's
Yes, we
right.
haven't voted on that yet.
Oh, that's right, okay. Well, listen, let's talk on that, right? Do we have some input from
Can I
the?
say one thing? I just wanted to say one thing. I want to thank you, and I want to thank all the residents that come to these commission meetings because your voice makes the difference, and you make this change. And we are a commission that will always listen because we're very, very pro our residents. And like I've always said, residents come first. Thank you very much. Because without you, we wouldn't have done this tonight.
Okay. Comments on the drainage? Yes, Mr. Rose.
Jeff Rose, 8051 Frat Avenue. Before we get to the drainage, one quick side note for housekeeping. We're short two planning and zoning members. Your your person, and we're one alternate, so hopefully we can pick that by next meeting. In regards to the drainage, so a couple questions I had. The resolution, which you guys are going to vote on after, says number 1 and 7, but we only talked about potentially doing number 7 and 1 at a later date. So I just want to make sure we do
One
it.
is the county, is DOT.
Right, but it's in the resolution, so we want to make sure we do it correctly.
I caught
And
that.
I guess the other question I had about that was, you talked about not doing number 1, but I guess you're going to be doing both, because what happens if we,
One is DOT that does it. It's
the
not us. So-
resolution says 1 and 7.
Correct. The number one is DOT, so
Right.
we're gonna ask them to do it, but it doesn't mean
Right.
we're spending any money.
Okay.
DOT is gonna do
The
that.
next question, if we do number 7 without doing number 1, what happens? Will the water come back to the same problem?
He showed in the presentation that it really didn't do anything.
Guys,
Yes,
Yeah, and then I
please,
have,
Carlos.
and then I have
Let-
one more question after.
Go ahead.
Those are your improvements for scenario number 7 by itself.
Perfect.
As you can see, it'll improve, all the basins that are.
Can you please speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. As you can see, it improves all the basins that are affected, the big basins that are affected, which is 92nd, 91st, and 90th. And it also helps the 93rd, 94th. The only two basins that it doesn't really help a lot are the DOT basins above.
That's great, thank you. And then, this commission, I guess, brought it up last time and the residents voted for it, so this was a technicality question about the budget. If it's a certain percentage, remember we brought on, does this fall into that, or is it being other money used? Is this gonna have to go back to the residents, or do we have the funds for it? Who
Well,
wants?
That's a math question.
And we're dotting our i's and crossing our t's, because I know everybody wants this, just like we thought the undergrounding. Now, you mentioned we may be going back again, so I wanna make sure we got everybody covered, because Abbott, we all want this one. So, Jason?
Jason.
No pressure.
Thank you. So yes, the town recommendation, just to clear that, was 1 and 7, where we are negotiate with DOT and try to make them do the work. If not, we'll come back and deal with that. So as for the cost, just for tonight is 400, the design fee, which is technically what's being approved tonight, is for $422,000 and change. We are recommending, and that is part of, it's actually linked, that we didn't technically link it, is 5D, which is the budget amendment, is that we would use ARPA money, which is American Recovery Plan Act money. We haven't received that yet. It came through the federal government to the state. The state's been holding it for several months. We are waiting, like everybody else, but we expected to get it sometime in August. It should be we're supposed to get approximately $2.3 million, split 50-50 this year and next year. So our plan is to utilize the ARPA money to pay for this design fee. Then you say, well, Jason, how are we going to pay for the rest of the $3.2 million, let's say, for the construction management and for the construction itself? So where would those monies come from? Well, there's more ARPA money after the $2.3 million. You net
But
this.
that wasn't Jeff's question. The question is are we authorized, do we need to go back to the voters to get the authorization to spend the money?
No, this is not a, the only thing we have to go back to the voters is debt. So what I was getting to is how you're paying for it, and it's not a debt issue.
So we're not proposing to borrow it, we're proposing to spend it, right?
Right, so tonight you're technically only voting on the $422,000, which will use ARPA money. How do you fund the rest of the $3.2 million? Administration will determine then what our recommendation is, but it'll be a series of the following: ARPA money, unrestricted fund balance. There's approximately $3.36 million in unrestricted reserve fund balance in the stormwater fund. $266,000 restricted for renewal and replacement, specifically in the stormwater fund, could be utilized for this. And then also, and you'll see a formal resolution in October when we come with all of the grant types that we want to pursue. But we've already started on this because we knew this was one the commission would want anyway, is we're already working on going after grants. So our hope is to get a good chunk of this construction. So as they design this over the next X number of months, we will be working in the background to get grants. So hopefully we'll get a nice chunk of this funded through grants. But even if we don't get any grants, we can afford this with existing funds the town has.
Perfect.
Okay, but they're water and sewer funds?
Stormwater fund is a separate fund from water and sewer.
Right. So, and the balances in each one of those were what?
The stormwater fund has approximately $3.36 million in unrestricted fund balance.
Right.
With an additional $266,000 restricted specifically for renewal and replacement.
Got it. Okay.
Great job, Jason.
Let's see, so we're still on discussion for this. Yes, you can speak. Go ahead. Oh.
Joshua FC 9317, Bay Drive. Just to be quick on this, I think you guys should move forward with it. This is the clear plan. This is the only actual plan with actual numbers, anything that's been put together whatsoever. I also, just to clarify, did want to inform you of what our town code says. It does say that all powers of the town shall be vested in elective council, here and referred to as the town commission. Any resources of the town. Also, I would like to know which addresses were chosen, what were the criteria by which they were chosen, because I had asked Debbie Simadivia and I was told it was private information, they could not be told. This is on topic.
Hang on, we're talking
It's
about Abbott
information that has not been
Okay, listen.
disclosed to this
Again,
point. It
that's
is
the
not
subject.
ethical
I'm
what
not gonna
has
argue with you.
happened,
Listen, I'm gonna ask you one more time.
and I want to
ask
make
you
it
one-
clear
I'm gonna ask you
that
one more time.
nothing else should go forward
I'm
until
gonna
it's brought
ask
before
you-
this commission.
Are you
Also,
talking
you
about
have
the drainage?
Yeah, I am. I'm
Well,
talking
go
about
ahead.
flooding.
What about
I'm
it?
talking about solutions to flooding, and the
We're
solution that you
talking
brought
about this
forward
solution right
with
here.
no actual plan, with no actual monetary values. It's something that's not in the scope of what this town can do. This is what our town is spending its resources on.
All right,
So I
thank
want to
you.
make that clear because there is no other good in welfare. And I think our town staff should know that there are 3 votes up here.
We're
I've been
actually-
texting with Commissioner Kessel that know that this
We're
commission is
not
the
in
one
good and
making the
welfare right
decisions.
now. That's number one.
That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're talking about the resolution for the underground pipe.
May I?
Yeah.
Thank you. Victoria Seife, 9025 Abbott Avenue. So I've been a resident on Abbott for 9 years or so. Flooding has been a top priority for me and my family for the last 9 years. I've been here many times, as you know. I shared pictures and videos with water in our garage up to our knees. So I support whatever solution improves the problem, as I said earlier. It's not about flooding, because flooding happens in other streets, but in our street, it sits for hours. So I know many of you campaigned on this issue, and I appreciate that you guys put forward a solution. So I would like you to support this and explore this, because it seems, I'm not an engineer, but based on my understanding, this will improve how the water drains faster out of Abbott. So thank you very much.
You are, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I just came from the airport, so I'm very, very tired. 400 Surfside Boulevard, 91st Street.
And your name?
And my name is Claudia Alush. I just came because definitely, I don't know if it's random or not, but I think they choose the right places, because like Victoria said, it's always a problem. I was living in the 92nd Street as well. Seems the same. It's between 91 and 92nd, and it's up to the knees. I just to let you know, I lost 2 cars already. So, and it's really horrible. All the time we are spending a lot of money in our garden, because the rain comes and just destroys every time. So it's not possible. So I agree. I support that. So I'm very, very happy that you're taking that action.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, yes.
Deborah Cimadevilla, 9108 Abbott Avenue. Listen, guys, I've been coming here and sending pictures and videos of 16 inches of flooding on the street. My husband on a surfboard, which I got very upset about because it's very dangerous. But I have been, the one screaming for help. And I have to tell everyone here, I am extremely thankful that we've come to this point, because in the last commission, basically I was blown off and everybody else. And thank you, Vice Mayor, you were the only one that was trying. And as much as you tried, you just didn't have the support. And finally, thank God that our wonderful mayor, Nelly Velasquez, thank you for pushing forward and really being relentless about not allowing water into our houses. Commissioner Salazar, thank you for your support. Mayor, I gotta tell you, I don't care what anyone says. When I brought this to you, you told me, Deb, I'm gonna look for every solution. And while, I don't wanna be caught up in the arguments of, raising the houses, guys, this is about putting everything on the table. I am grateful for your creativity, for your open-mindedness, and for just bringing that idea out there. You said it publicly. Whoever wanted to try raising their house had the opportunity. Personally, I wanted to see all the different, what we could considerations. And I personally want to raise it one day, but I want to see what's available for the roads. My neighbors, I've been representing you here. I'm not a commissioner, but I've come here time and time again. And I've sent 1 million notices to the town about the liability, the safety, health, and welfare of this issue, okay? So this is monumental. I told my peeps here, I said, it's now or never. And there's people that couldn't come. But you know what? Whether it's raising the house one day, which, I definitely am looking into. I want to know how it goes for everybody else. But I think that from what the gentlemen have explained, I think it will be substantial help. And I want to put it on the record. I want that pump in the center of the road intersection, because I don't want it on my curb, because I got my beautiful hedge. I have all my beautiful plants, and I don't want a machine there, boom, 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 when the generator comes, okay? So it's on the record. You're not going to fail me now, right? All right, I'm putting you on the spot. You wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for me. So, all right, so good. So listen, guys, again, working together. If this is part of the solution, I think it is very forward-thinking to raise the houses. I really do. Key West, other progressive towns in Florida, guys, are raising houses. Manager, I heard you say that in your part of your neck of the woods where you used to live, somebody raised their house, right? There was an area. It's possible. I believe it's possible. Personally, I believe I'm going to be doing it at some point. But I think I think it needs to be a hybrid. I think it needs to be a combination of efforts, because there are folks that may not be able to raise their house. may not want to raise their house, but yes, I think government has a duty, a responsibility to do everything that it could, because we pay a lot of taxes. So, anyways, with that, I want to thank all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and please work together. I implore you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any house could be raised. My house is built in 1934, I think.
They're looking into it.
And it's kind of, they, at some point, an owner added this.
You know,
An owner
contact me
added-
after the meeting.
Ma'am, can you
And
just say your
we've-
name and address for the record, please?
Marina Saravia, 501 89th Street.
Contact me after the meeting. We'll
Okay.
we'll get you set up. Okay, listen, I just want to add one thing to, and again, I'm going to vote for this. This is a good idea. We promised we would do this. It's a step forward. But here's the consideration. You know, I've said this all along. My worry is that we're going to do this, and we're still going to get that surge, and people are going to have water in their houses. And just as long as everybody knows that, I mean, I think what we're going to end up with, and I think the gentlemen were right when they said, you know, they've got this sort of flood elevation that they're working from, but that flood elevation seems to be a lot higher potentially than a lot of our houses are, okay? So I think that all the residents, and I'm talking to everybody on TV too, I think everybody's got to be aware that this is not necessarily a fix for water coming into your house. So, you know, but I think that, you know, we've promised that we're going to do this. We're going to do it. And I think we need to be mindful if there are tweaks that we can add to make sure that, you know, that we address as much of that problem as we possibly can. So, again, okay, anybody else?
Yeah, I had a question. Aren't there computer models like animations where we can see the water and how it goes in and out and what it does to the house? No, there wasn't animations and stuff. It was a bunch of numbers.
Well, you got to come up to the microphone, sir.
Because we're paying for the design now, but as part of that, because after this, we have to spend quite a lot of money. That's when the millions get spent afterwards. So at that stage, we would like to see, so that, you know, the mayor's bringing up a good point here.
You better be right. You better be right. Because
Right.
if it doesn't solve the problem,
Correct.
you got a problem. Go
Right.
ahead.
The computer, the.
No. They're being honest with us. They're saying that they've got a line, they've got a flood line that they're addressing. But that flood line is a lot different than the front door step for a lot of houses. So be careful. Okay, well, you doing something and fixing the problem are two different things, Nellie. Yes, sir.
Right, as we,
I trust what they're saying.
as we spoke earlier, this is Abbott Avenue, which is more of a, you know, problem that we've addressed right now in the near term. The master plan that we talked about, which is coming up, that covers the entire
No,
city.
Talk about Abbott, because we were talking about Abbott right now.
Okay.
So talk about Abbott, talk about the water going into the houses, talking about that level, and try to give us some comfort that after spending $4 million, it's probably gonna end up being more, okay? Because it's always more, okay? But after spending millions and millions of dollars, that we won't have water on a really bad day going into people's houses and just having it moved out subsequently faster.
Right, I'm gonna take you back to one of the three elements. We're going back a while that matter from a drainage standpoint. The area, the amount of rainfall, and the impervious. The one other item is how much goes out. If you think of it like a budget, a water budget, the water comes in, they have a certain area that comes in, and then what goes out? Well, we're providing more outflow because we're putting in these 2 pump stations with 3 wells each in there. So there's more water going out. So yes, I can tell you that there will be less water in the basin that we're talking about above ground because we're pumping it
Well, I
down
appreciate
below.
that, but will the water go into the houses initially?
No, we're
All right.
again, I'm gonna take you back to
No, that
the-
works for me.
Okay.
The no works for me beautifully.
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, he did say that the point is to be dry feet.
Yeah, dry, and dry houses too. So-
Right, and we talked about the,
Okay, let's not belabor it. I
So-
think I got the answer I wanted. Does anybody else have a
I just
question?
wanted to make sure that when we get the design, I would like there to be animation, a video, not numbers, because numbers are all, you know. I'd like to see in real time, you know,
water going up, water coming down.
correct, where
Sure.
it's going and all that kind of stuff.
We can show you that.
Okay, thank you, because we're gonna need a lot more than 4 residents at a meeting in order to spend $4 or $5 million. So can we have that as part of the design? That's
Sure.
what I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Okay, guys, we gotta move on.
Okay, I didn't comment.
Okay, well, hang on, let's do this. Can we all do 1 minute comment? Is that enough for you?
Yeah, I don't.
All right, let's do, go ahead, Tina.
Okay, so just to be clear on the price that we're paying, it's $3,622,000 and, okay?
No.
Yes.
We're just
No.
doing 400, and we're doing the design.
Right, but in total, in total.
It's gonna be different.
Okay, but
And
I'm
by the
just
way,
saying in
it's gonna be
total, because
different.
people are bringing the price higher, it's not. That's the, I mean, we hope it's
Correct.
not.
But today you were just,
All
I'm
right,
just
well, I was
clarifying.
talking.
Yeah.
I just want to say the report
Hey,
was.
Deb, you gotta go outside.
The report was 2,333 pages. I looked through the report. The important pages was 1 through 21, and again, 328 to 354, which really summarized the project and explained all the scenarios, because there was a lot of numbers and charts that were hard to understand. So I just want to be sure, because the resolution says 1 and 7, so does that need to be amended to just say 7?
it should just say 7.
Sorry. Let me clarify.
Okay,
I-
answer that,
before.
for that question, let's get that question answered. Jason?
Thank you. The resolution states 1 and 7 because the recommendation is first to attempt to get completed 1 and 7. The funding is only specifically for number 7, then for us to work with DOT to have them actually pay for a design and deal with the number 1. But we want to get the commission approval for us to actually engage with DOT to get that.
Madam Attorney, are you satisfied that the resolution says just that?
Mayor, in an abundance of caution, just to clarify, we can make that clarification in the resolution so
All
that
right.
it's clear.
So the motion to approve will be subject to that clarification? Is that correct? All right, is there any other question the commissioners have?
I'll just.
Very quick
Thank
to clarify, so the 422,653.52 is an upper limiting amount that we'll finish the negotiation with. So the approval is to give us that authorization. There's a couple add-ons, such as a computer animation model that we'll have to take into account financially, but we'll try to make that work within the 422,653.22 upper limiting amount.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, and the other thing is to be sure that in the design phase that it allows for portable backup power with auto transfer switch.
Absolutely, thank you.
So I don't know if that needs to be in the resolution, but I want to make sure it's
Let's
in
put it in the resolution, because that's good. And I think we ought to incorporate the fact that the engineers tell us there will not be any water in the houses. That's a big one, too.
Yeah, that would be important.
Also in the center, please.
Okay? All right, so,
I already agree. Jason, can I? What? Okay, we can't, if we're now putting traffic circles in, that's an additional expense, an additional county problem because of the roads. So we don't know if we can do that.
nobody said that, no. They're putting it underground in the middle of the street.
That's a design thing.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
not get into the
by way,
details and they'll work through that.
Let's not overthink it tonight. What
Right.
we're doing tonight is we're saying, move forward with the plan.
Okay, so that was my question. The portion of actually doing the work is gonna be a separate item that comes before us. It's gonna be
Yes.
something that has to go out to bid to
Yes.
the other, or one of the other
actual
engineering
construction.
firms.
The only
Thank
thing
you.
you're authorizing is the final design.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, guys. Okay, so you've got the amended, you know that we're amending the motion to say what the vice mayor talked about. We're amending the motion to say that there's no water in the houses. And I think we're ready to call the question. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul?
Yes.
Mayor Burkett?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right. Congratulations, guys. Good. That was the right thing to do. Okay, let's go to the next item because we got to get our, there's a motion. Please read us item C, Madam Clerk.
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, awarding a contract to Start Cleaning USA, Inc. for street sweeper services pursuant to RFP number 2021-02, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion to move that?
I
Motion to
motion to
approve.
move that.
Okay,
Or
second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
No.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Well, I just wanted to clarify. I asked the town attorney this earlier, so I just want to double check. We can terminate this if they're not doing a good job, because I know when you enter into a long-term contract, people get comfortable, and we want to make sure that they're delivering a very good service all the time.
Yes, Commissioner, with 5 days written notice, we can terminate.
Perfect. Great, thank you.
Anything else? Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul?
Yes.
Mayor Burkett?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Sandra, would you please take us through item D, please?
Yes, Mayor. A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving budget amendment number 10 for the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date, item 5D.
Is there a motion to move that?
I motion to move that
Is there
forward.
a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Call the question, please.
Commissioner Salazar?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul?
Yes.
Mayor Burkett?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, Mr. Town Manager, do you have any reports or items that you'd like to speak on?
Yes, we'd like, Mayor, we'd like to move up the extension of the zoning in progress.
Okay.
Discuss and also discuss with Mr. Alan Kilchak.
Very good. Is there any objection to that?
I motion to move that forward.
Okay, well, if there's no objection, then we would just move it up. Okay, so the first thing is the zoning in progress. How would you like to handle that, Madam Attorney?
Yes, that's item 9CC.
Right?
Tony, can you provide an update to the commission?
Now we're going.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. I've included a memo on page, I think, 398 of your packets, but essentially, the zoning in progress runs out in September. To the extent that we are continuing, I believe we've scheduled a zoning in progress workshop for September 9th. And I am implementing the changes as I was directed to do in June 22nd, so you should have that, we hope, in the next week to week and a half.
Okay.
You'll have that. So the recommendation is to extend the zoning in progress for another 90 days to get through this process.
Very good. Is there a motion to do so?
I motion to.
What changes are you
extend it.
making?
The changes that were directed at the 4 workshops, those are the changes to the actual document, not to the zoning in progress.
Right. The zoning in
is
progress
exactly
stays the
as
same.
It has been.
Okay, so we're not making any changes to the zoning in progress?
No, none.
Okay.
I
Is there a
motion
motion?
to extend.
Is there a second? Are you, is there a second to the motion to extend the zoning in progress?
Extend the zoning in progress.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll pass the gavel, and I'll second it. Any discussion?
Well, I think it's been like a year and a half of talking about zoning stuff that I'm not sure we even have the support to move forward with. But, I mean, I feel like it's not fair to the residents, what we've been doing. But on the other hand, there's a lot of unknowns right now. And this investigation is gonna be important, and what this problems that we may have with the land itself. We keep putting lipstick on a pig with all of our little zoning changes about whether you can have a balcony or this or that. And we're not spending any time or money or attention to the details about what's making our land safe or our buildings safer. So, the zoning in progress has been going on, it's fine, you wanna extend it some more, but we really have to take a better look at what we're doing to our zoning code and really make sure that we're making the right changes to it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But, again, you don't have to extend it if you don't like what's going on.
No, we're gonna extend it because the stuff that's in it all seems fine in the zoning in progress.
Okay, good.
It's the zoning code where there's a whole lot more problems. So the zoning in progress, the things that are there, we've already had a series of workshops. It seems like everything in there is okay. The problems are some of the changes that we're making in the zoning code itself. That's a bigger issue.
Let me just add that the zoning in progress, what's in there, is supplemental to everything else. So it's not just that. Go ahead. Anybody else? Comments? Okay, no comments. I will comment. I think that, it's important to recognize that we've spent a year and a half now trying to put forward a new code to do the things that this commission feels are important. Every single commissioner has had a voice in this process. We've had a multitude of meetings to hear those voices, hear those ideas. What we have now is we have a compilation of all of that information that has gone into a document with recommendations and suggestions and directives from every single elected official. And in the last go-round, what we had were recommendations from each commissioner that were vetted by the entire commission, because they didn't get into the final document unless there was a consensus by a majority of the entire commission. So it's important to recognize that we've invested the money, we've invested the time, and we made the promises. Now, if there are things in that zoning code that you don't like, there's still a wide open opportunity to address those things, okay? But what there's not an opportunity to do is to take the position that you don't understand it or you haven't read it, okay? That's the issue. Okay, take the time to read it. If you don't understand it, get with the town attorney, get with the zoning people, get with George Kouslis, and then understand it. And if you're not gonna understand it, okay, then just acknowledge that it's not your thing, but don't get in the way of improving the code because it's something that I think we need to do. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I have read it. I'm just gonna respond to this first. I have.
Let her go. I mean, okay, well, listen, let Nellie go then. I mean, I guess you can.
You know, my thing is, like, for example, we had already decided that we were not going to do rooftop terraces. And the last time that we did this workshop, I wasn't here, and that was put on this zoning in progress because I wasn't here. And that was not cool. Because we don't agree with that. You can't just go around and change things when one of the commissioners are not here.
Wait a minute, you're smiling, but it didn't get there
Well,
without
Tony,
a majority of the people that were
But
there.
it was already decided the previous meeting.
Well, how did it get there the previous time?
I said that at the last meeting.
Because I had put it on there that I.
But how did it get there?
Because
we had already decided on it beforehand,
Okay, well,
and
if
I
you don't-
said, if you
listen.
look at the record, no, this isn't a very important point to make.
Take it off.
Let me tell you what's very important, okay? What Commissioner Velasquez is bringing up is that what's happened to this process, okay, is that, and again, I'm not
Careful,
trying to be
Nellie.
personal here,
You're
is
giving
that
her fuel.
you come in, Mr. Mayor, you come into this with a vision for something. People disagree with you, you say, okay, fine, we won't do it. And then the first opportunity you see to get it back in there, you do it. And I made
Not
that point.
true.
Look at the video from the last
Not
zoning meeting.
true.
I made the point that we'd already voted on this, let's move on. And you said, well, we can look at it again. And you put it back in.
Not
And
true.
Yes.
I don't, listen, I'll say right now, you take it out. It doesn't
What?
bother me.
Right, but now you're saying that because you're realizing that you don't have the support to pass it.
No, but how did it get in there?
Because you stuck it back in there,
I
Charlie.
don't stick anything
you
anywhere.
You did. Watch the
I
meeting.
Can we
promise
move on?
you.
Can we move on,
Yeah,
please?
let's move on. Go ahead, Jeff. I don't stick anything
No, it
anywhere.
wasn't. We voted on it a long time ago, at the very
Oh, my
beginning,
God.
and
Listen,
we took it out.
I think
and
you better
then
pay attention to the meetings a little
I
more
am
closely.
paying attention to the meetings, okay?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff Rose,
Look, I was gonna make, sorry, before Jeff
Listen,
talks,
listen,
you
come
had
on.
Nellie go first, and then I was gonna speak, and then we can have Jeff talk, it's fine, okay? But I take issue with the fact that you just said to me, if you're not gonna understand it, you don't read it. So I understand it, and I've read it, and I've discussed it ad nauseum, as Tony can attest, and George can attest, and Jeff can attest. I've discussed this ad nauseum with many, many people. The way that we got here is because we were at a meeting. I think Tina and I made a suggestion, let's change some of the things, the problems that we have. You said, no, we're not gonna drive this bus, we're gonna build a different bus and get on that bus.
Oh,
then you built that bus, and then you said, we're all getting on it. And then you made us get on it, and then you
I
made
made
meeting after,
you
you
get
did.
on it?
You
I
forced
did?
it. You
I
spent
did?
$100,000 on a new zoning code.
I did?
You did,
How did I
Charlie.
make you do it?
Because you called these meetings over and over, and if
And you
nobody.
came
Guess what?
with a gun to your head?
I came out of respect for you
Oh,
and to discuss it. And you
please.
changed every single item multiple
Come
times
on.
until you get your way.
Listen,
okay,
do-
this is your
I
zoning code, and
know-
guess what?
I
Without
know
Commissioner
you're-
Kessel sitting there, you're not going to pass anything. You'll have no zoning code at the end of the day. So maybe you need to be a little bit more open-minded to the other commissioners now.
Nonsense. Go ahead, Jeff.
Nonsense.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff Rose, 851 Frat Avenue. I'm going to talk first to the ZIP.
You know.
I think it should expire
Nellie.
just because residents have been in this
Exactly.
holding pattern for so long. I'd also like it stated for the record, and I'm going to put Lily and Tony on the spot. The reason nobody wants the code in the residential district fixed, obviously more than myself, but there's many Bert Harris claims, in there, and I think our attorneys know that and may have conveyed that information to you. The rooftop terrace is one. It's going to be a Bert Harris claim. So the reason I'm not so for this whole new zoning code rewrite is because one, it's either going to get undone next March potentially, or attorneys have already approached me and they're just waiting for this to be passed to be lined up to sue the town. And if you guys know that we're going to have claims about rooftops, mechanical, reducing houses, increasing setbacks, we know there's Bert Harris claims. So if you guys are aware of this, residents shouldn't have to foot this bill. It should be on the commissioners themselves to defend this case. Now, Vice Mayor Paul, a lot of the things, Commissioner Salzauer, we talk about sustainability. It's not even addressed in the zoning code, which is why I'm so, at first it started as we're going to use the best of the 2006 code, the 2020 code. Great. I was on board. It sounded good. Then it became let's do our pet peeves. No rooftops, no mechanical. So now we're going into property rights, which I have a big problem with. And then we never touched on sustainability, raising higher homes, bringing it even to the charter. I know you're okay with that, Commissioner Salzauer. I know you're a little bit scared to bring it to residents, but sustainability, the future of Surfside, these are real things. We have a great engineer here who hasn't unfortunately got to even talk about the H120 zone, but there's gonna be a lot of things in the H120 zone. I mean, let's look out the window. The Regent Palace, it's being shored up. We didn't even address the big thing, getting rid of the wedding cake, keeping it, giving the other options. I mean, these are very important things. Commissioner Paul, you were part of the last commission and you saw we made one little change to the zoning code. Excuse my language, but the clusterfuck that it turned into, we had hundreds of residents that came in here complaining with problems.
Jeff, you can't use language like
Well, call a spade a spade.
Yeah,
So,
but you can't use language like
okay, I'll take my foul. So the reality of the situation is we're not changing just one thing. We're changing dozens of things. And we know it's going to create many unintended consequences. We're not even changing the zoning code. We're leaving improper things because we want to pass it. We make campaign promises. We'll fix it in the future. That's not the way to address this. If we really want to change the zoning code, we need to look at the sustainability. Solar panels, I mean, it's been talked about, little things, but we're not even getting to the heart of it. We're just going after our pet peeves. So that's why I think the zoning in progress should expire. And if we're to let residents be able to not go back and forth, our town planner is going through a million codes. We haven't even gone to our planning and zoning board who wants to give input. So that's my big problem. Thank you.
I need to say something because this is very important. There was another thing that also happened that night with the corner lots. We need to make sure that we address
Guys,
that
listen,
it was.
Nelly, let me just say this. No, let me say this. This issue is strictly about extending it. It's not about the merits. If you want to extend it, you'll vote yes. If you don't like it for any reason, whether it's the lots, the rooftop, or you feel like you had a gun to your head every time you came to a meeting, vote against it. Okay? But, this is not the time to dwell into the details because that's what the workshops are for. We're going to vote. We're going to listen to the speakers, and then we're going to vote. Go ahead, George.
George Kouslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. You need to understand what the zoning in progress is. It's a Band-Aid. It's not a long-term solution. You can keep on extending it by 90 days at a time, but it's a Band-Aid. You're asking people, and you're asking this gentleman over here and all the applicants that come before the town to basically sift between two codes and a bullet point list and figure out which is the worst case. That is not a zoning code. That's what Jeff said. So what you need to do, the word you didn't want him to say, it's a mess, but you are where you are, and it's a short-term solution that has been extended now probably for the fourth time, maybe the fifth time. So what you need to do, sure, pass it again because we are at this point, but you really need to think seriously about its replacement. And its replacement is either a code or it's the code that existed the day before you guys took office.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where you're at. And the code you have been pointing toward is actually evolving into a pretty good code. You had 4 workshops where each of you, essentially it was supposed to be one day, but it turned into 4 evenings of each of you having your list of items debated amongst whoever was present at the time, the quorum, and it evolved into a document that Tony, your attorney, is putting together. But this is where you are headed. So tonight's vote is really just to buy you another 90 days, but this really has to come to a conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, now, Anybody else? Let's have we'll go around for a minute. Is that all right? All right, because I want to say something. All right, does anybody else have anything to say? All right, then go ahead, Tina.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, you know, yes, I've worked with Tony. I read the zoning code. It took me a while, but I did read the full code. I gave Tony my notes that I wrote as I read it, so he could look at them, do whatever he wants. My whole issue is the process of this, because this wasn't the process I wanted to take. I'm dealing with it, but to me, it was the wrong process. The proper process would have been to take the current code and pick out what was wrong with it, not to revert, because by reverting, we lost a lot of good things that I don't think were still put back in there. And that's why I have a problem with this new zoning code. And I'm doing my best to put good things in there in the event that it passes, but I don't know that I can really get behind it. I'll read it again when I see the revised one and make a decision then, but the whole process was kind of backwards, and that's the problem I have with it.
Okay, next.
I agree. I couldn't agree more with Vice Mayor. This is exactly the problem that I have, that this was a process. It's a little bit like this raising of homes thing that you're talking about. It's a process that was hijacked, and we've all been trying to make the best of it. But even when we make progress, like Nellie was saying, at the last meeting when she wasn't there, all kinds of things that we thought we had agreed on and resolved, you're like, haha, we can change our minds. Oh, look, Kessel's voting for it now. You know, and at the end of the day, we're confused about what's even in it because you missed a meeting or whatever it is, and it's changing all the time. And that's not a fair way to proceed for residents, because they should know that if they're at a meeting and they hear something that they spoke about go a certain way, that's the way it's going to be. Not that you're going to undo it at the very next meeting because they didn't show up or the commissioner wasn't there or anything. We really, you know, again, from the very beginning, I said, let's fix the things that are wrong with the current code. And instead it became, no, we're bringing back this old code, and we spent, I don't even know, $200,000 probably already on this. So we're trying to make the best of it, but I can't support something that doesn't have all of the things that I talked about from the beginning.
Thank you, Nellie.
Okay, well, I think you're wrong, both of you. Because, first of all, when we were campaigning, everything was about, the code. They're changing the way Surfside looks. We're overdeveloping and all this other stuff. And that's why we winded up with this changing of the code. So in all reality, everybody that voted yes to this came into this willing and knowing what they were getting into. Okay? And then all of a sudden, when you don't like how things are going, is that you're talking all this stuff that you're saying now. But if we go back to that meeting, when we all voted to go back to the zoning code and refix whatever it was from the beginning, everybody voted yes. And no, yes, it is. It's in the code. It's in the
Let her
record.
talk. Do not interrupt.
And so for now to come back and say this, yes, there has been issues where we have said already no, and then it comes back, like the rooftop terrace, which it wasn't the mayor,
Nellie.
it was actually Tina who brought it up again.
Right, Nellie. Okay, so listen, you can see, anybody watching this meeting can see that people have a lot of opinions. A lot of them are wrong too, okay? People make a lot of statements. A lot of them are wrong, okay? Just because a loud person makes a loud statement doesn't mean it's right, okay? The wrong process. We've been doing this since the beginning. We've had commissioners, elected officials up here voting yes, no, I like this, I don't like this. It's a collaborative process. This is how government works. I'm sorry you don't like the outcomes, but the bottom line is, with respect to Kessel being here and Kessel changing it, we voted, that got changed, okay? So if you don't like it, you come to the meetings, okay, and you vote the way you want to vote. But you don't complain later that Kessel voted the wrong way, and you don't interrupt me either. You don't interrupt me. Okay, you
already had.
No, I didn't. I didn't have.
The thing went off. The beeper went off.
It didn't start. I tried to start it. Okay, but the bottom line is, yeah, the thing went off. Someone else needs to manage the time because I can't do everything and talk. Okay, but the bottom line is this process has been exactly what the process would be. You just don't like the outcome. Now, you have a choice right now. Okay, we're going to see how you really feel because you're going to be held accountable whatever way you vote. Okay, you're going to be held accountable. So you don't like the process? You got a lot of complaints? Everybody's been running their mouth about their complaints? Okay, let's see how you vote. Because the bottom line is, and you don't get to talk again unless we all agree to go around. The bottom line is, the vote matters. We don't need to get personal about it. Let's go on. Now, okay.
Now, let's talk
Okay,
another
do you want to
minute.
go around another
Yes,
minute?
I do.
Do you want to go around another minute? No, I don't. Okay, so there's no support for that. Call, you
No,
shook your
no,
head,
Tina said yeah.
Do you want, I asked you, do you want to go around another time?
No, but you need 3 people. Are
That's-
you voting yes for this, Charlie?
No.
Okay, so then you don't have
All right,
quorum.
call the question. The motion is to
extend the zoning in
extend
in
right,
progress.
to extend. Okay.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar?
I'm voting to extend the zoning in progress. That does not mean I support the wholehearted, entirely new zoning code. I'm voting for the zoning in progress. Understand? I said yes, I am voting yes for the zoning in
Vice-
progress. That is not to be interpreted as an endorsement of the entire new zoning code that the mayor has written. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Paul?
Reluctantly, yes.
Another
Mayor
good-
Burkett?
Another good vote. Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right.
Mayor, if I may.
All right. Very good, ladies.
Mayor?
Congratulations. Yes.
I received 2 emails from Commissioner Kessel to read during Good and Welfare,
Okay.
but I just was able, no, I
Is
don't
it-
have access to a computer here.
All right. Commissioners, is there any objection to reading Mr. Kessel's good and welfare comments? Okay, go ahead.
History Miami is a great solution to preserve the memorial wall. They will be advocates and stewards. This is directly related to the memorial concept and long term. If Memorial Wall moves out of Surfside less than 2 months after the tragedy, we will lose any momentum for memorial and continue the sell and develop abolition. While I think Commissioner Salazar is certainly melodramatic in her discussion items, her points help swing the pendulum to prioritizing memory, humanity, and legacy. Race for development and quick money and pressure for unburdened property values and fewer liabilities and balance sheets, I believe likely contributed at a minimum to the disaster. To think, sell, and develop quick is the legacy sad. And this assumes there will not be revolutionary changes towards safety now being discussed as priority, that they will not be implemented and or meaningful. At the time of the Triangle Church fire, there was no public concept of building safety, emergency exits, or disaster planning. A new building stands there with a small plaque in a cornerstone where hundreds of workers burn alive, locked in. We only have one shot at doing what's right. I will try to reframe this Tuesday so that the commission can issue a position that makes sense but does not depend on town coming up with a price match at any cost. Calling for campaign and full court press, and I plan to achieve it by all the leaders who offered their support and commitment. That's one. The next one says, I believe following the county's lead on COVID and prevention is essential, and we should follow its lead in our public buildings and spaces. We should also use the same wording to support businesses in making their own decisions about protecting the health of their employees and customers. We know that wearing masks protects people, as does the promotion of vaccinations. Business owners have a duty to protect their employees from workplace dangers. This is how I see it.
All right.
Hold on,
I
I'm not
agree with
done.
Commissioner Kessel.
I'm not done. As you know, we have been consistent with their lead throughout COVID, which has often been more protective than the state of Florida's lead. This has saved lives and been a positive impact on public health and welfare. You can confirm with Lily, this is a strong position with no or little liability risk for the towns, if in defiance of a state position. I asked the commission to reassert COVID as a continuous discussion item A at meetings, monthly going forward until further notice. I have assumed the task force is still in operations, and the town manager, Andy Hyatt, and I, along with his staff, have been in discussions. The recommendation of the task force is to follow the county's lead with masks. I did not know this would be questioned in my absence. In my absence for much needed R&R to ensure my wellness, as well as to take care of other business. I trust members of the commission to be stewards in my absence, for which I am grateful beyond words that I have your support. Please be good to one another. It's the best interest of Surfside. Commissioner Kessel.
Thank you. Okay,
Right.
now
Can
we're.
based on Commissioner Kessel's endorsement of bringing the mask mandate back?
He's not here.
Oh, come on.
He's not here.
Come on, really. You're wasting time. Go ahead,
I'm
Mr.
wasting my
Manager,
time trying to protect our veterans.
Mr.
All right, sorry, Commissioner Kessel, your email is not a vote according to.
It isn't.
Just the same way that when
I
I
know.
sent my email
Go ahead.
in.
But he's-
Listen, guys, listen, stop talking,
The
please.
terrace, it
Nellie,
wasn't counted for.
stop. Go ahead.
So let's not even go there.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the mayor, we have an opportunity to, asking for some direction on how to proceed with KCE and their contract with doing samples and doing more investigation into the Champlain South site. It's been my understanding today from the receiver that it's going to be at least 5 weeks before he takes possession of the property, so we need to have consensus or direction from the commission on the next steps.
Thank you. Okay, how would you like to proceed?
This discussion, I don't know if you want to
Okay.
talk to Mr. Kilsheimer or
Is
this
there
direction.
any
Jason
of
has some
the elected
information.
officials that want to ask Mr. Kilsheimer any questions?
Yeah,
Okay, Mr. Kilsheimer, can you come up? Give us your name and address, and you have to go to the whipping post, exactly. The camera has to have a good shot of you.
Yeah, there are no good shots. My name's Alan Kilsheimer. I'm from Washington DC, a small town compared to what I'm seeing here tonight.
Okay, Commissioner Salzar, you had a question?
yeah, my question. I understand that the county won't let you onto the site to do the testing that we need you to do and that we would like for you to do.
The sampling
So,
and testing.
the sampling and to get to the answer of why, what
not-
happened.
It's not just at the site, it's at the two
Alan,
off-site
I
locations.
can't hear you.
Alan,
sorry.
can you please speak into the mic?
Yeah, is your microphone on? Is the green light on your microphone?
Yeah, it's on. Most people don't ask me to talk louder. We can't do the sampling and testing at the site. We can't do the sampling and testing in the two off-site facilities. We're not even allowed, I'm not even allowed to be there at either place.
Okay. Have you ever encountered this level of sort of being shut out from the scene?
Never.
In an investigation?
Never.
And why is it that, because I have not, I've sort of not been involved intimately in this process, it's very hard for me to understand why you're being excluded when you should be one of the first people in the room.
What I've been told is that the Miami-Dade Police Department, once the Miami-Dade Fire Department, once FEMA turned them over to each of themselves, the Miami-Dade Police Department declared it a crime scene. And therefore, they are protecting their evidence. I don't know anything about how you do crime scenes. I find it difficult for me to understand how the site itself is a crime scene anymore, since everything that was there other than the perimeter walls and the slab and the piles are off-site.
Was the Pentagon a crime scene? Were all of these places where you investigated before crime scenes, crimes had occurred there, yes?
Yes, but at
Okay.
the Pentagon, I had 3 guys with machine guns that followed me around,
Right.
and anybody gave me a hard time was off the site.
So that's my question, is why
I don't
is
have
it-
them here.
Why is it that you cannot be, and you are generally given access to crime scenes in the general course of your doing business, of your lending your expertise. I don't understand why you're not being granted access in our own town, in the town of Surfside, when Surfside residents should be the first in line for the buffet of answers, not at the end of the line.
Right, okay, well, maybe he can answer that question, and I can sort of add to that too, because I've had conversations with Mayor Cava.
The real bottom line is that everyone that I've been dealing with at the city has been pushing almost daily to give us access to the site and to off-site facilities. You have to ask them why they're not allowing it to happen. I can't explain it. I don't understand it. I can't explain it.
And that's why this is a really important item that we need to talk about, because our interests here in Surfside are to get to the answers of something terrible that happened to residents of Surfside. And we can't, again, be sitting here deferring to the county, and then not deferring to the county and picking and choosing when we decide we need to put our residents first. We just decided we don't care what the county says, we're closing Abbott and Byron back up again. Why can't we just get access? It's in our own town.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Correct. The answers of what happened, the answers about what happened to Champlain South affect the safety of the entire town. It affects the safety of the buildings next door. It affects the safety of the entire beachfront corridor.
Commissioner, they know that.
They
and
know
the-
that.
The county's been told that since day one, and the issue, over and over again. And the issue really is, the state attorney is involved right now, and they've said it's a crime scene, but nonetheless, NIST, the federal agency, is in there doing presumably destructive testing already, which is dealing with the evidence.
And that's against the court order.
And, you know, obviously the Judge Hansman said not to do that, and we're gonna be going into court on Wednesday, I believe, Lily, is that correct? And, you know, we'll be obviously, listen, we've been going into court every week just to observe. And I think that basically what we're gonna do is take the position that we have a compelling need to get to that site and understand, something I've been saying since the beginning, to understand why it fell down, because we've got an identical building on that block that was built by the same guy, presumably with the same plans, probably with the same contractor, and probably with the same materials. And because we don't know why the first building fell down, we can't presume the second one won't either.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think we're all on the same page, but I
Well,
think.
I want to be a little bit more aggressive
Wait, my
about this.
question then is, why aren't we looking at the building that still exists versus looking at something that
because
someone else is already looking at?
I'll tell you.
Can I answer a question?
Yes,
Go ahead.
okay.
We've been looking at the north building. I've been there 12 times.
Right.
We've done all kinds of materials testing. We're doing a complete model of the entire building design as the drawings show it. We've walked through the building. They've allowed us in like 6 or 7 apartments where we took finishes off the wall and drilled holes in the floors. We drilled holes in the basement. We're doing all of that. The issue is the buildings are not the same. They're different buildings. They happen to be the same shape, but different sizes, and therefore that affects all the elements in the building. We have no idea if the materials that were used in the first building were used in the second building. We don't know that. We don't know who the subs were. We don't know who the general contractor was on the second. We think that the second building might have had its foundation sit there for 10 years because of some problem with construction. We don't know that. So we are learning from the north building everything we can, but we have to know if that exists in the south building. And I've probably gotten close to 1,000 phone calls from residents of Surfside that ask me to tell them their building's safe. Should they move their family out? Should they keep their family out? Could they move them back in? And I just say, based on everything I know, I don't know the answer. These people that are stopping us from doing this investigation are stopping us from getting the people of Surfside feeling more comfortable to where they live now. I don't know why they're doing it. Maybe it's because I'm from the north. I don't know, all right? I'll give you an example. In New Orleans, 2 years ago, there was a collapse of the Hard Rock Hotel. We were involved in that. Maybe it's something that happens in the South, I don't know. But 2 years later, the judge is finally letting people look at the evidence. So there are reports out there that say it could have been, but nobody can say what happened because no one was allowed to look at the evidence.
Right, so this is exactly my concern.
Yes, ma'am.
My concern is that nobody actually wants to hear the answer. Nobody wants to get to the truth. They want to make this go away as fast as possible. The real estate lobby is probably one of the most powerful ones in Florida. No one wants to hear that their land, that their beachfront condo is now Enron stock, right? Everybody wants to hear, pay no attention to what happened to that building and go about your business. And that's not doing a service to the memory of those who lost their lives. That's not doing justice for the residents of Surfside. So I'm not interested in having a press conference with Governor DeSantis and making nice with anybody. I'm interested in getting answers here. And we need to have answers, and we need to get you on site to do the testing that you need to do. I don't want to be in court as an observer. I want us to be in court filing whatever paperwork we need to file to move this along. Because if you are good enough for the Pentagon, sir, you're good enough for me. So we need to get you on site. And I'm from the north too. And the fact that it's been 5 weeks makes my head explode, as you can tell. I'll try not to let it explode right now.
It's more than 6 weeks.
6 weeks. 6 weeks is unacceptable.
Listen, I think you better hear from Alan.
There was a phone call this afternoon with a number of people about the receiver's protocol for moving forward once he gets control of the site, which now is going to be around the middle of September. Until then, he doesn't have control. There's going to be a hearing again tomorrow morning where it's going to be discussed again in some form or another. So all that's moving forward.
But hang on, Alan, the commissioner said something very important. She wants a filing, and I think Lily is moving in that direction, where Lily's been doing a great job protecting the rights of the town and the residents, okay? And she's been fighting for that, and to the extent that she can, and I'm glad that we're all here now and can either give her direction to continue that fight or to give it up. But the bottom line is, she's been laying the groundwork for us to make the argument that, hey, we're the municipality, there are people here, we understand that you said you were gonna do an investigation, but you haven't even hired an engineer yet. The engineer, as of like a couple, the Friday before last?
10 days ago.
10 days ago, had not yet been hired by the. Okay, and why don't they, we've told them.
He offered that.
I've offered that, I've said that, the managers said that. Listen, if you've got a conflict with Surfside for whatever reason, you can take Alan and hire him. He's the preeminent expert on this kind of stuff. He's world-class, he's the best on the planet. He can find out why that building fell down. And you know, it's been very quiet. And I've written 2 letters to Mayor Cava, okay? Basically saying, hey, listen, I respect the process, I respect the investigation, but God forbid one of those other buildings falls down and we were going through the process, okay, and we weren't doing emergency action to find out why that building fell down, we can't be responsible for that. And I said those words. I said, you're gonna have to take responsibility for that, because this commission is not gonna gamble with the lives of our residents. So I think it's important. I think the direction now, Alan's been
Well,
blocked.
I have another question. If you had started this
Okay.
investigation, how long, would you have the answers by now? 6
No.
weeks? How long is it gonna take
No.
you, once you get access, to have answers?
I can't tell you till I get there and see what I'm going to see, right?
Okay.
Okay, so
And then
let's.
one more question for Alan,
Okay,
sorry.
one, because
One more
we gotta
question.
be fair.
You made recommendations for residents in town. You put together 3 pages, very great, very detailed about what the tests that they need to run. And then Mr. McGinnis said we need to take the 40 years and make it 30 years, right?
ma'am.
These are steps that you, in your professional capacity of your 50 years of experience, have made to keep the residents safe. Do you feel comfortable that those recommendations that you've made, if we voted today to make those the rule, the new law on Surfside, that we'd be making our residents safer, that those steps would enable us to keep our residents safer?
If you're talking about taking the quote, the recommendations that were in a memo the mayor sent with my attachment.
Correct.
And one that Jim sent.
Correct.
If they hire the right qualified people, yes.
We
Okay.
should take those
Good.
steps.
Commissioner, thank you. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Nellie.
I'm sorry, but I still don't understand how looking at the building that collapsed is going to help to understand that that could potentially happen to other buildings. I just don't understand what that particular property has to do with the rest of the strip. Instead of looking at those buildings in particular, each and every one individually, versus looking at something that already happened. I'm sorry, but I just don't understand that part. Can you please explain that to me? What's the significance of that particular site versus the rest of Surfside?
It's not just that particular site. It's that particular site and when the building was built and the engineering processes that we used at that time, because I was designing buildings then, and the materials that we used and the codes that we used. If we find that Surfside South came down because they used pink bubble gum instead of green bubble gum, then we'd want to double check to see if pink bubble gum was in any other building on Surfside, all right? We don't know that. And the issue is, if I had a twin, and I went to the doctor, and the doctor found something wrong with me, does that help in knowing if my twin has the problem without investigating my twin? No. You have to understand why Surfside came down to assure you don't have whatever made it come down also occur in other buildings of that time frame. The codes have changed, forgetting about your zoning code discussion. The codes have changed, the materials have changed. We do things totally differently today than we did 40 years ago. I have probably 300 buildings that I designed 40 to 60 years ago, and they're still standing up. And I know what was in it, and I know how I designed it. I don't know anything about South. And I don't know, I've gone to 7 other buildings that allowed us in on Surfside. And I did a half a day or 2-hour walkthrough and to just look at what I could see, because you remember, the only part of these buildings that's exposed is you go in the garage and you look up to the underside of the first floor, and that's it. You can't see the foundation, you can't see any of the floors above, because all the floors are covered with tile, and everybody has fancy finishes all over their apartment. And to see stuff, you have to tear things apart. You have to drill holes. North is letting us do that in restricted areas, but you have to understand it. And in order for me to say, I don't believe you have the problem that made Surfside South fall down, I don't believe you have that in other buildings because it's unique, or let's make sure it was unique, I have to understand South. Simple.
Yeah, okay. So what I really don't understand is how the county would take your recommendation that Collins Avenue is not safe, but yet they haven't shored up the walls so that people could use Collins Avenue. And they trust you for that assessment, but they're not allowing you access to the site. I mean, you should be allowed on the site, even supervised. I don't get this.
Here's the
You know,
deal.
to me, that makes no sense, and that is something that I think the town should be fighting.
I think makes no sense is something that is what is happening down in Miami-Dade, all right? They have a reason why, I don't know. But understand, the reason that the bracing of the wall became an issue was I decided it was a safety issue that I knew about, and I sent it to the State Road Commission and the state, because that's my responsibility. And they couldn't ignore that. I can't say I'm worried about these other buildings falling down until I know why the South fell down. In the 7 buildings I've been to, 2 of them, in just walking around the garage, I pointed out one in each place where they needed to do some shoring immediately. And they did that, okay? But that's what I could see with my eyes. I couldn't do any testing, and you have to go through this in a very organized way. And that's what we're attempting to do. More people have to ask Miami-Dade College, Miami-Dade, why they're not letting us do it. What I've said before is, if they're worried that I'm gonna mess with the evidence, have a guard next to me the whole time. If they're worried I'm gonna put some in my pocket, I'll do it naked. It'll scare the shit out of everybody in Surfside, but that's the bottom line. I mean, makes no sense at all, but it is what it is. And the people have to change it.
So given the fact that it may be another 5 weeks until you, and did the receiver say that they would Alan would have
That's what they
access?
said today.
Well, listen, the receiver's gonna take back the property whenever he does, and then we're gonna presumably get in line. And because, you see, but we're asserting, and again, I go back to Lily, and Lily's been doing a great job with Tony, defending our position. We're asserting that we're just not like everybody else. We're the municipality in charge. We're the ones that are responsible for the lives of our residents. And unfortunately, there's a loss of focus right now. I think that that's the problem. The focus was amazing. You know, the county mayor was magnificent. I mean, Metro Police were magnificent. The fire department was magnificent. Our police department was magnificent. Everybody was incredible. Now, it's different. There's a loss of focus, and the lawyers are sort of taking over. But I will say, Judge Hansman has been awesome. He's been listening to the families, and I think he's gonna listen to us tomorrow, because Lily's gonna make the argument that, hey, things are not going like they should, and plus, Judge, there are orders that you put forward that may be being violated, number 2. And number 3, we've got lives at stake.
That's
We've
right.
got lives at stake, and I think that's the loss of focus. I think everybody thinks that we can take our time. You know, NIST works in terms of years, not in weeks or months. And they've said that to me personally, and they've said that publicly. So this is the challenge. NIST hasn't done anything wrong. As a matter of fact,
NIST is not gonna come up with why the building
That's
fell
right.
down.
They're doing their job, you know, they're fine, and everybody seems to think it's okay for them to be there. But for some reason, it's not okay for us to be there, and that's what we gotta get to the bottom of. Okay, she's not finished yet.
Yeah, I wasn't finished.
Well, then we'll go
If
around
I-
again.
if I
Go
could
ahead,
finish.
Tina.
So, yeah, well, I wasn't.
Well,
finished.
listen, guys, let's be fair. I'm gonna give you another 2 minutes, right?
After
Because
you're-
everybody got
after-
3 minutes.
After you
Go-
guys
go
have your
ahead.
3 minutes, my hearing aid batteries are gonna go dead and I won't be able to
You
hear you
guys are
anymore.
tough, man.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's an
Tina.
excuse I've
Listen,
used
this is
before.
So,
just-
I mean.
Go, Tina.
The issue is that NIST is looking at this in terms of, their report is gonna tell us how we need to build better.
They're gonna say,
essentially.
change this kind of material,
Yeah.
don't allow it anymore,
And-
change the code, that's what they're gonna
Guys,
say.
please.
And the county is they're looking to pin this on somebody. So you are gonna tell us exactly what happened.
We're gonna tell you the truth.
Okay, that's what
Okay.
we want.
Good. Now we'll go back around. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Vice Mayor. She brings out a,
Because I have a question and.
No, we're going in order. She had her question first, and then you'll go.
10 questions, I've only asked one.
Okay, well, she's got 3 minutes. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Okay.
I didn't even use my 3 minutes. I
You-
asked one question.
Again, you're using it now. Go ahead.
Can you start timer over?
Jeez Louise. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry. So, okay, that's exactly, excellent point, Vice Mayor. So this is the problem, is that, I know why we're not being allowed on. Okay, we're not being allowed, I used to be a prosecutor, okay? We're not being allowed on because they're treating us like the defendant, like the guilty party, like it's our
That's
fault
right.
to think, right? I know exactly what's going on here, okay? But that's not what's going on. We are wearing two hats as a town. There's whatever happened in the past that may have contributed, and then there's us as stewards of this town, of the residents, of the current living residents in this town that need us to protect their safety. And that's, everyone sitting at the dais is here for that reason, okay? The other part about who had what to do with whatever, we're not interested in that. But that's why they're not letting us on there. But we need them to understand that that's not what you are an impartial, unbiased, you're a scientist going in there to get answers. The other thing is, I don't think anybody wants to hear the truth, because the truth is gonna cost them money. The truth is, let's say the land is worthless, right? The receiver also doesn't have, the receiver has skin in this game as well. The receiver wants to get as much money as possible for the victims. Now, as much money as possible means that that land is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, right? If your investigation turns out or uncovers the fact that the land has issues with it, if there's some kind of a flaw in the sea level rise or the water underneath there, that will definitely devalue the property. And so I think that everyone who has a hand in this pot doesn't have clean, they all have money usually at the end of the game, okay? They want this to go away as fast as possible, and they think if they just push us away, I don't trust that the receiver's gonna let us on there.
She's got 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nellie.
I don't trust that the receiver's gonna get you on
can make a
there
statement.
in a hurry, because the receiver wants the land to be as valuable as possible. And your investigation may conclude that the land is not quite as stable, just to stay maybe another building, or we don't know what it's gonna show. This is the problem. This is why you need to get there to find out the truth, and we need to get you on there because the answer is gonna be what it is. The answer needs to be the truth, regardless of the financial impact, regardless of how it impacts the payday, the big payday at the end of the day here. And that's the truth.
All we care about is why it happened.
Exactly. And
Right.
I this is not about politics. This is not about, oh, we're pissed at the county or this, that. We just need to get you there, and we want to have a bubble around you so that you're not influenced by anything. I don't want you going in there, driven in any way to blame it on somebody. We just need the answers to it.
We're not gonna blame it on anybody. We're gonna tell the facts of why it fell down.
Exactly.
We're not looking at anybody. We're looking at what thing made it come down.
Exactly. If the land is and if it means that, I don't know, maybe my house is worth less now too. Maybe everyone's condo is worth less. Maybe there's a problem. We need to know how safe our community is, how safe the earth is beneath our feet. We need to know that as soon as possible.
Right.
Okay,
so-
Nellie.
Okay, well, I forgot the initial question that I was gonna ask you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
But that doesn't count against your time.
There was no questions asked here. There was a bunch of statements. But then I came up with another one. Once you get access to this, to the Champlain South, how long will it take you to give us answers as to what exactly happened here?
I can't give you an answer until I know.
So it could take the same years that NIST would say?
No, ma'am. It's never taken me years to do anything.
Okay.
Except maybe to get married. But anyhow, I need to know what the materials are and how they were used to build it into the decision of what happened. We're doing all the engineering models, and we're doing it multiple ways. We're doing it the way we designed buildings in 1979, which means we're doing it by hand because we didn't have computers to do all this shit with, okay? And then we're doing it with all the engineering computer models we have, so we can see how it was designed in the first place, then we'll understand, gee, it called for pink bubble gum, and they used pink bubble gum, or wait a minute, they didn't use bubble gum, they used something else. And then we have to run that into the model to see how that affects the building, all right? That's what we do. I can tell you that we're doing all the engineering analysis, we're still doing it today, and we will continue to do it. I can't put in the materials and know what's below the ground into what we're doing, other than what's on the drawings, which is not as clear as it would like to be.
Now, will you also be doing testing of the soil, like a geotechnical?
We are oversimplified. We're drilling down in the ground all the way into solid bedrock. We're checking to look for voids all the way down. We're doing sound waves through the ground into the piles to see if there's any voids in the piles. We're doing core drills in the piles. We're checking everything, everything. I have a list that's 9 pages long of step by step exactly what we're going to be doing in the field.
Okay.
All right? While this is a terrible circumstance, unfortunately for me, it's not exactly new to what I've been doing for 63 years. So we think we know how to do it. We have a team that is the best there is. And each of those people bring their expertise to help me in what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
So I think we understand it. The one thing we can't do is we can't get ourselves
Okay,
there to
so
do it.
once you get into this site and you do all these things that you're telling me you're gonna do,
Yes, ma'am.
how would you mimic that on the other buildings down Surfside? Like, would you?
It depends. It depends on what you find. Let's say that I keep bringing up bubble gum, okay. Let's say we find out that the fact that there was pink bubble gum is what made it fall down. Let's say that's the case, right? Then we're gonna say, we need to know if pink bubble gum was used in any of the other buildings at that point in time. And then we have to, once we know what it is we're looking for, then you maybe do a test or you do something to figure out if you have it or not.
So why not do, for example, if you're drilling down to whatever depth you said you were gonna go down to
It's
the
about
bedrock?
70 or 80 feet.
Why can't we do a bedrock in each and every one of these buildings
But Al-
versus
Alan,
going? But
she's-
hold on one
no,
second,
No, but
because
I want to tell you, I think what you're missing is this, and Alan's not saying it like you need to hear it. The bottom line is the reason we need to go to the collapse site is when Alan gets down in there, he's going to see things that might surprise us, that we wouldn't expect to find. And then, once we see those things that we didn't expect to find potentially, or did expect to find even, we can then go to these other sites and try to see if they exist on those sites. Now, that's gonna be tough, isn't it? I mean, even if.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so.
But to answer your specific question, that doesn't count on your time, because I'm talking.
No, like get interrupted
If I drill a
anyway.
hole through the basement slab of these other buildings to go look at the foundations below, whenever there's a high tide, it floods their garage.
And that's currently happening in some of these other
No,
buildings?
in the 6, 7 buildings I've been to, the most I heard of was there's this much water sometimes at a high tide, or there's no water at a high tide. One building said, we have no water at a high tide, but when it rains a lot outside, the water comes up through the drains like a fountain, okay? So there are different circumstances that happen.
How about at the Regency, which is empty now?
Okay, guys, we're going to the
There's
vice
no
mayor.
basement in the Regency.
There's no basement? Oh.
Commissioner, we're going in order. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I forgot what I was about to ask also. So essentially, could you tell us what have you been doing in the interim while they have not given you access to the site? And also, how tampered with do you feel the site will be by the time you get access to it?
How what?
You know,
Disturbed, tampered?
Do you feel
the
the site
site-
will be by the time you get access to it?
Well, the first question is, we have a total of, off and on, depending on what we're doing, 15 people doing different things. The biggest challenge so far is doing engineering analysis of the as-designed building based on the drawings that the city has. And we've been doing that for both south and north. All right, and we did a little bit on east, not very much on east, because it's a different building. I don't believe that It depends on what NIST is doing down there. They're not sharing with us what they're doing. They could be doing things down at the site. Now remember, there's 3 sites down there, a warehouse and an off-site facility. They could be doing things that will make it impossible for us to do what we need to do in the ground. They could be doing things out in the large facility warehouse that is taking things that we want to know about, and they happen to take something that shows something, but they won't tell us what it showed. Now, maybe they found the one spot that's really bad, but we'll never find that spot because they took it and won't tell us what they did. It's a difficult situation.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, but it's not your time. She's talking, so
Okay,
please
that's
be
okay.
respectful. Are you done?
Is there any testing that you can do, like on 88th Street, which is our land, right? It's a street, that would be helpful at all? From 88th Street, from right outside the perimeter of Champlain South, is there anything at all that you could do there to see about the pockets or the air or the, you know?
Okay, and after you're done, I'm gonna ask my questions. Go ahead.
We looked at.
We're gonna go around.
We looked at the
because I'm not-
possibility of drilling down on 88th Street and drilling down on 87th Terrace and see if we could shoot sound waves sideways. They won't work when they're that far apart. When we're trying to do other kinds of sonic waves, we need to have a plate, and this is really high tech, a plate that you put on the dirt that you hit with a sledgehammer to listen to see where it shows someplace else. We can't get to dirt inside the building.
Okay.
And
I think-
outside the building is different.
Lily, my question is, I think that my sense of what I'm hearing tonight is that this commission wants to continue to exert its authority to protect the people of Surfside. They want to make sure that Mr. Kilsheimer can get on the site and find out why the building fell down. Now, I know that I've talked to you a couple times about what the issues are. One of the issues is the judge's order to preserve the evidence, but NIST is still going full speed ahead and tampering with the evidence. It's not tampering, but they're doing what they're doing, which is causing the evidence to be disturbed. But the other thing is that what would it take for you to go forward with respect to an action, as Commissioner Salzhauer said, which you and I talked about today also, in order to exert our rights, to protect our rights, to do the things that we think that are most important, and that is protect our residents. Can you please expand on that?
Yes, I would need direction from the commission, by at least a majority of you, to direct us to pursue all legal avenues available to ensure that the town of Surfside, as the local government with jurisdiction over that site, has access to the site for the purposes of life safety, investigations, what happened at the site, why did that building collapse, and enforcing our rights under the building official as well.
And to do it as soon as possible.
Yes, this is an unsafe site.
Can I make
We
an
have
amendment?
always-
Can I make an amendment to
Yeah,
what
could I
she said?
just continue? We have always asserted that we have rights as the local government with permitting jurisdiction over that site, with life safety responsibility over that site and our residents, as well as investigations as to the cause of that collapse.
Okay, so you would need a motion to do that. Is there a motion to do that?
Hold on, I have another suggestion, because Lily and her role and her firm are defending the town. The conflict is that we have two hats that we're wearing here.
No, if I may.
Do we not need to?
Actually, we have, through the FMIT, we have legal counsel assigned to defend us through our insurance defense policy. They are defending the town as a potential defendant in any lawsuits. I am the town attorney responsible to enforce your municipal rights under state law, under your charter. It's two different things. if I
Okay,
may.
so that, I want to make sure, because I want there, I don't want
Okay,
complicated.
Eliana, I'm gonna let you talk because
Okay.
it's your turn, and then we're gonna go to Nellie, and we're gonna go around again. So go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we, you know, because the same law firm can't kind of wear the two hats. That's why I want to make sure that we're really being aggressive, because we need a litigator in there.
Okay, well,
who's
you just
going
got the
to-
answer to your question.
Can I
Anything
just-
else?
Can I
Yes.
just suggest something? It's not just on the site, it's now off the site also?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, well, let's
yes.
just for purposes of this discussion, say that we're including all of that.
Correct. Now,
Okay.
but the other,
I have a
the other very
question.
important, wait, when I'm still in my, let me just finish.
You
The
are,
other
go ahead.
point that I want to say is while we are taking the bull by the horns here, okay, and while we are protecting our residents, I would make one final plea to please follow the advice of Mr. Kilsheimer and Mr. McGinnis and make the suggestions about speeding up the 40-year to 30-year and adding the geotechnical testing, make those the law in Surfside so that we can protect our residents. It is not, the county, you're saying is premature, they're gonna figure it out. They're clearly working, they're not on the same page as us.
Commissioner, we don't know why that building fell down. Okay, and once we know
But
why
the expert telling
hang
us
on.
that without knowing why the building fell down, he still thinks
But-
every building needs to be doing
He
geotechnical
said
testing.
that, I heard what he said.
And they need to do it
I
at 30
heard-
years.
First of all, I heard what he
So
said.
why not?
I heard what he said, but Alan, would it be, with respect to those inspections that the commissioner's talking about, would those inspections and those investigations on the other buildings be more fruitful and successful if you already had the information as to why the building fell down so they knew what they were looking for? Or is it better for them to go ahead right now and do that work before you find out why the building fell down?
Certainly knowing why the building fell down would be a lot more fruitful in doing the future investigations of the rest of the buildings.
Okay.
No, but the suggestion that buildings, individual buildings, do their own geotechnical testing and all of that stuff that you put in your recommendation
Yes.
of your memo, what I'm trying to do is make that the rule. In other words, instead of it being a suggestion, it should be what Surfside requires. Instead of waiting 40 years, we should do it at 30 years. We should require that these buildings also look at their own, at the geotechnical stuff, the things going on below the surface of the earth. So that's what I'm trying to push for, and not waiting around for the investigations and everything else. So that was,
I guess my point is this, from a geotechnical standpoint, once we're able to do what we want to do down at the site, we'll know if that contributed at all to the problem. And then way you could, because the geotechnical is the biggest single thing here to worry about first. Then you have to worry about materials and workmanship. Those are basically how it goes. My feeling is that assuming, which is a big word, a bad word that you shouldn't use on TV, right? Assuming we
Careful,
can
Alan.
get down to the site in a reasonable amount of time, we can, in 7 to 8 weeks down there, we can determine whether or not there's a foundation issue at that site. That would help a lot in this evaluation that other people would do on other buildings. And I think we should probably wait for that. That probably would be,
So
because
you
it's
don't-
now
so
a
you-
suggestion.
Okay, I have a question.
so you don't want
got
to
15
make people do the geotechnical. What about reducing the 40-year to 30-year?
No, I'm saying for both things. First of all, especially at my age, just because you're old doesn't mean it's bad, right? Okay, so the issue is, if you have something wrong with you, you want to fix it regardless of your age. We need to understand what was wrong, and then we could think about the timing. Gee, if they would have done it every 30 years, they would have found it, maybe,
Thank
maybe
you.
not.
Nellie, go ahead. You
Okay,
have
I'm
3
gonna
minutes.
ask, I have 3 questions and I'm gonna ask them from the beginning and then you answer them however you can because I get cut off.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what do you suggest we do in the meantime while we wait to see if we get access to this building? That's one question. Then you're saying that we probably would get access somewhere between 7 to 8 weeks.
No. They said 5 or 6 weeks, that's when the receiver gets it.
Okay, so 5 to 6 weeks is when the receiver gets it. And then this happened already over a month ago. So we're talking an additional, 6 weeks there? So we're talking altogether 11 weeks, which is about 3 months.
Yes.
Would there be any damage to the site that was not caused by the collapse, like deterioration, that would not allow you to, or would change the diagnostic of exactly what happened because it's been, rained on, the sun beaming on it all day long, every day, potential hard winds, I don't know, whatever act of nature. And even the flood coming from underneath.
If I knew what NIST was doing, then I could probably answer that
And
question
then,
better.
sorry, just let me ask
Sure,
you
go
my
ahead.
third question before I get cut off. And my third question is, how much is all this gonna cost? in terms of investigations? How much is this gonna cost our residents to have this site analyzed? Because what I heard was gonna be $2.5 million. So I wanna make sure that our residents know exactly what we're gonna be paying for this.
Right. Let me answer your last question first, and then I'll do it that way.
Perfect, thank
I
you.
believe that I put together a budget which I think is conservative, but I don't know until I can get into it. And I think it was roughly $2.1 million. That's all the people, all the consultants we have and all the specialists that we have on our team, okay? The issue with how's the time gonna, will it deteriorate what's there? If I knew what NIST was doing, I could answer it better. If I knew how they stored the hard copies, the hard stuff versus the soft stuff, I could answer it better. I don't believe that the rain and the tides will negatively affect what's down there. However, if there is some type of problem in the ground, that, you know, the words were thrown around as a sinkhole. If there was a sinkhole there, which I don't believe could exist, but it could, if there was a sinkhole, it could get bigger with time. But if you don't know if it's there, how do you know if it's gonna get worse?
Do we have any current pictures of the site? Do we have any current pictures of the site or anything that
I
can
might have-
show you the whole area where
I
you
might
can
have
see?
accidentally seen a few pictures.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, that would shed some light on whether,
No, it
I'm
doesn't.
assuming that if it was a sinkhole, there should be a hole in the center of the building or wherever that sinkhole was.
Thank you.
A sinkhole
Which could
doesn't
be visible.
A sinkhole doesn't necessarily mean that you have a big cave-in.
Okay.
Especially if it's
And
in the
then,
ground.
please, the first question, what do you suggest? What do you suggest we do in the meantime while we wait to get access?
Well, we're gonna continue doing the engineering that we're doing. We're doing all that. We're doing the planning. We have a team of 18 different folks that are available essentially, except for the Jewish holidays and September 11th, that are available essentially on a moment's notice to be down to do what we have to do. As we're hearing suggestions and ideas from, we get all these emails and stuff, we're deciding, gee, maybe we should double check that also. So we're just essentially doing engineering and planning is what we're doing. And doing what we have to do to try and get access to the site.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So Alan, I just wanted to ask you, I've seen the site from above. You know, a friend had a penthouse, a unit that I was able to be in. The site was constantly retaining water. Recently, they drained it out. Do you have any idea it's not rainwater. Do you know how it would be constantly retaining water?
Well, I'm not sure it's retaining water, it's getting water.
Yes.
Right, okay. And they pumped it out is what they did.
They did.
And got it dry, right. But
But it
there
gets
could-
water again. I haven't
I
gone by there,
understand
but,
that
yeah.
when the tide comes in, if the tide's higher than the floor level, then you're gonna get water if there's cracks. The buildings back then were not designed as bathtubs. Today, when we build in the water, we design it like a bathtub. They weren't designed as bathtubs. So the idea is there's some water that's gonna come in, all concrete cracks. It's made to crack. So there also, when you have that weight of building falling down on a concrete slab, that's gonna create cracks. And so, you know, that could be coming up through those cracks. I don't know. If I could get there, I might be able to see it. But I can't get there.
And I just wanted to ask also regarding, you had recommended they shore up the area near Collins. You told them how to do it. Do you want any idea why they haven't done it? And would that compromise
Probably
the
because
site?
it was my idea.
But they took your recommendation of keeping Collins
Yes, they
closed.
did. And they were supposed to start Monday, which was 2 days ago, right, a day ago. And as I understand it from a birdie in the sky, literally and figuratively, they haven't started anything yet.
I have a question.
Okay, well,
So
let's,
you have,
hold on a second,
but
again.
this is
The
an
Vice
important
Mayor
question.
still has time on her clock. Are you done?
Well, I could hold it for later.
Yeah, but that confuses everything. So you gotta use your time, and then we're going around and we're gonna be organized. Thank you. Okay, now, listen, Nellie, if
I just have
Commissioner
one question.
Salzhauer wants to defer to you to go
I
first.
just have one question.
She can go first and I'll go after that.
There you go.
I just
Go
have
ahead,
one
Nellie.
question. I understand that you have to go into the site to
Yes, ma'am.
investigate. What do we tell our residents in the meantime, while we're waiting to get into the site, that live in all these other buildings, how they can feel safe about living in their building when we're doing no testing to their buildings? That's the part that I'm having a hard time understanding, because me living in a condo that could potentially collapse should be the top priority versus an area that something already happened there. And I understand that you need to see that because of the bubble gum issue and all this other stuff, but what do we tell our residents in the meantime that are continuing to wait here to see if there is something wrong with them, with their building, and that if they can, I wouldn't be able to sleep properly at nighttime knowing that there's a potential danger out there. And honestly, I think that those are the things that we should be looking at first before anything else, so we can give peace of mind to all the other residents that are in our town. And what do we tell them?
We were asked to be able to look at 11 other buildings that are roughly 40 years old, but we could only go there with the permission of the owners of the building. 9 people allowed us to do that. I went into 9 of those 12 buildings, or 8 of those 12, whatever it is, and looked around the exposed and visible conditions, which is mainly the garage, right? I walked around the first floor, I walked around the parking decks, and I walked around the pool decks. In one of them, they wanted me to look at a couple things upstairs, all right? But you really can't see much upstairs because everything's covered with finished. In those buildings, I saw a lot of things that you see in almost every single parking garage that I've ever looked at. Some cracks in the concrete repairs that have been done, a little bit of rusted reinforcing steel, some rust stains, you see all that. When I saw something that I was worried about, I told these people, and we gave them a field report that said, and as I said, 2 of them, we told them you need to shore this up right now. And they did it. So at least from what I could see, I told them what I could see. One of the memos, we suggested that they hire engineers to do these other studies, right? I know a number of them have supposedly hired engineers to do those studies. As those engineers do those studies, they will be maybe taking the samples and things to be able to make them feel more comfortable there also.
Okay,
I have
so,
one more.
you want to go first?
If you could. Okay, yeah, I do have one more question. So I just wondered, since you don't have access to the site now, I'm wondering if you were going to use satellite imagery. I wonder if you're using that, is that any helpful to see what's going on in the other buildings?
No, at this point, it's not something that would be helpful to us right now. We need to understand more things in the ground itself. We have talked to the one group that we had talked to initially. We've also been talking to the Florida University professor a number of times, who's given us a lot of information about what he did. But everything that I know so far, we don't need the satellite information at this point in time. We need to understand what's in the ground first, not what's happening. Ground subsidence, water increase, whatever you want to call it. We know that buildings breathe just like people, and when the sun shines on it, they get bigger, and when the sun doesn't shine on it, they get smaller. Satellite imagery can't separate those 2 things out at this point in time, based on my understanding. So the satellite imagery is not something we're ready to be able to talk about, but when we are, we certainly will be incorporating that.
Commissioner Salzauer.
So first, I want to make, this is something that Lily shared with me, and she's been trying to say, is that the receiver has not agreed to let anybody on there. The receiver's not agreed to let Alan on there. So just because the receiver takes the property in 5-6 weeks does not mean Alan's ever getting on there.
That's right.
Or when he's getting on there. So I just want to make that point, not as part of my time. The other point I want to make is that there's this, private property and there's public property. There's the town's property. The private property, it's their duty to maintain their own property. It's their duty to take care of themselves and to hire the engineers. You've gone out of we've hired you, and you've done a great job putting the recommendations together in a memo that went out to the buildings to say, hey, here's how you can make sure that you're safer. And you listed out a dozen different things that people are supposed to do to make sure that their buildings are safe. I've received emails from condo residents that didn't know about this memo. They didn't know about it. So what I'm concerned about, and the reason why I wanted to have this mandated, is because we're going to have the same situation with what happened at Champlain South, as we saw from the condo board meeting minutes. The condo board members knew what was going on, but the everyday people in the building that went about their lives thinking everything was fine had no idea. And so in order to avoid that happening in the future, these private buildings need to have a checklist of what they need to do. That's why, unfortunately, the government has to step in and tell people what they have to do, because people won't do it out of the, they won't do it because it costs money, really, at the end of the day. That's why they won't do it.
That's right.
That's why we have to be the bad guys and go, we're making you do this, and a 30-year inspection, 40-year inspection, it's like a colonoscopy, right? It sucks, but it can catch it early and save your life. And that's what we need to do, early detection. We need to make that mandatory, and that's what the buildings can do. But we can't get onto the private property to have you do these tests. My question is there anything that you can do? I'm concerned about this sinkhole or whatever it is, I don't want to call it a sinkhole, some kind of problem having to do with the sea level and the erosion, et cetera. What can we test? We have community center. We have this Regents building next door that's empty now. We have some areas of land that we could get to. Is there some kind of testing that you could do with these metal plates and the sound and everything that would tell you something about the ground underneath us? Is there any place in town that you could do that?
You could maybe do it at the Regency site, maybe, because it has no basement, and it's not vacant, by the way. When I walk by there every morning when I come over here, and there's cars there that aren't there when I walk by at night. So it's not totally vacant. I understand it's supposed to be, but you could do some stuff. You could do some of that ground stuff at Regency. You would maybe be able to do some of it in the streets, but that doesn't help you with the piles. And what you want to do is you want to understand the dirt, the rock, and the piles and the pile caps. You can only do all those things when you're inside a building.
Okay, hold on, your time was up, but anyway, I just want to say, it's my turn now. I just want to say I agree with where you're going because it's a good idea. It's, they're not letting us onto this site, so let's test the site nearby and see if the geotechnical issues might be similar. But again, that doesn't tell us what happened at the site. That doesn't tell us exactly why the building fell down. And it might be interesting, but it's probably a waste of time and money, okay? So it's very important for us to get to the site. And I think we need to focus our energies on that. I think Nellie was exactly right.
Would it be a waste of time?
No. Well, hang on. Well, we will ask him. But I think Nellie was right. These people are asking if their buildings are safe, okay? And it's going to be tough enough for Alan to tell them their building is safe, even once we know why that building fell down, okay? Because we're going to, if you find out that the substructure, meaning the geotechnical stuff, is a problem, okay? Now you've got to see if you can figure out if it's a problem at every other site. And you've got issues about, safety for the buildings that are standing. You take too much out of the bottom of those buildings, you take too many samples out of those buildings, all of a sudden you're creating a significant safety issue there. So the bottom line is listen, I've spent hours with this guy just because it's interesting to me. I mean, it's my thing. I really enjoy listening to him talk, and I've learned a lot. But the bottom line is we've really got to get to that site. We've really got to get there. We've really got to figure out why those buildings fell down so we can keep our residents safe, okay? And that means that Lily has got to exercise every bit of authority and exert every bit of legal pressure that she can to make that point. Now, that's the question as far as I'm concerned. Now, you guys might, go ahead, Lily.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to address Commissioner Velasquez's comments about the receiver. So the county is currently in control of the site as a death or homicide investigation. They will be turning the site over to the receiver, who basically represents the condominium and the property owners, appointed by the court. That's allegedly in 4 or 5 weeks. The receiver at this time is preparing a protocol for inspections at the site, but only visual inspections, non-invasive, no sampling, no testing.
Destructive.
And he wants to grant that permission to every defendant, every plaintiff in this litigation, and does not recognize the town as having any particular or special distinct interest in that site as the local government. So the receiver has not agreed to allow the town to go onto the site and do any kind of sampling or testing, which is what
Right.
Mr.
So this was
do.
my time, and the bottom line is, we're supposed to be getting in line with everybody else. Okay, that's kind of where we're at right now.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a suggestion. Maybe we could appeal to the families of the victims.
They have no standing with respect to our issues, okay?
I mean, if we appeal to them because we're trying to find out what happened, and if maybe they could tell the receiver that they want us to investigate.
The problem is gonna be, again, everyone has different interests.
It
The
does.
families may want the most money
Jeff
for the
wants to
property,
talk.
which may be compromised by the
should let
findings
him
of the
talk.
investigation.
Okay, but again, thank you, Nellie. The point is, we're gonna get the commissioners first, okay? The point is that I think that we need to coalesce on issue, and with respect to Mr. Kilsheimer's work, he can't do a lot more work that relates to that site, and he can't get the answers that I think we all want him to get unless he gets on that site. So,
But then the question here is, if he can't get on the site and the receiver doesn't allow him on the site, then how do we solve this
Okay,
issue
well, I'll tell
of
you.
us hiring Mr. Allen to do his work if he can't get on
Well,
that
okay,
site?
but you see,
And then
Nellie-
they're only giving a visual thing, so I'm not
Nellie,
understanding
listen,
exactly how.
it's not about asking for permission anymore.
How is that gonna happen?
It's about demanding our right as a municipality to access the site. So it's not about asking permission anymore.
So,
It's
and
about
if they
asserting our
don't
right.
give permission,
Well,
then
that's up to a judge. That's a legal issue, and it's not up to the receiver, it's up to the judge.
But didn't Lily say that it comes into the receiver's hands?
Lily,
If-
explain it to
If
Nellie,
I
please.
may, my recommendation, as soon as the county turns the site over to the receiver, Mr. McGinnis, our building official, should go out to the site, immediately post another unsafe structure notice on that site, because there are unsafe structures on that site, and he has the jurisdiction over life safety in those structures. Together with that, I think we need to go to court, whether it's before Judge Hansman or another judge, and assert our rights as a local
Well,
government.
it's gonna be twofold, because Judge Hansman has said to preserve all the evidence, which means there should be no testing yet, no destructive testing. Okay, that's number one. So that would be issue number one. Issue number two is to assert our right as a municipality, and as the municipality that has control over our city boundaries, and to do what we need to do to protect our residents.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
And
so then-
if I could speak frankly, we are being treated as a defendant, potential defendant in this matter. Our rights and our jurisdiction as a town are ignored by the county, potentially by the receiver. So we have to work very hard to assert these rights and
Okay,
make sure that we
that's
have
the
the
question.
correct protection.
That is the
So in
question.
the
And can I-
meantime, we really can't make a decision tonight whether we continue to hire Mr. Allen or not, because we don't even know legally at the moment
Well, he
if
might
we
have to go
can.
on suspension for a while
Okay, so
pending.
then this is something that we would defer to a month or two
Well-
from now when we do have
Well,
access to
just
this.
remember,
Correct? I mean-
a month or two means we've got people, as you said a few minutes ago, living in those condominiums, going to sleep, wondering if their building is gonna fall down.
Yep.
So we don't have the luxury, we have to take the immediate steps we need to take to address the situation. And those steps would be, listen, the fact is, Mr. Kilsheimer is doing work. He is finishing his modeling of the North Tower. He's finishing the modeling of the South Tower to understand all the components. He's taken the plans, he's put them into his computer models, and that's gonna be a significant piece of information once we get the data from the on-site investigation that we hope to do. But listen, it's all about whether or not we think the issue as it relates to our residents and their well-being and their safety and their peace of mind goes. That's the question.
But then, so, okay, I understand what you're saying, but then you're saying that only a geotechnical investigation or test can be done only on a vacant property?
No,
I mean, because we can only look at the Royal, what's this, Royal Regency? What's it
It's
called?
across the street.
The Regency, because it's vacant.
No, he said
But
you
then
might
I
be
don't
able to.
understand why we can't just look at the other buildings. They all have pool areas, they all have garden areas, they all have areas where, you know, they can be, these tests can also be done at
Okay,
these
well, Nellie,
buildings.
let him answer that question, because while you think he may be able to do the test he needs to do in the garden,
Okay.
I don't know if he's gonna agree with that.
Essentially, it is all these other buildings. If you're going to do the tests in the other buildings, that we need to do on the materials from the site and at the site, you will have to destroy parts of the finishes in those buildings that are all occupied buildings to do that.
But honestly, if I'm living in this building, I could care less about the tile
No,
more than my life.
Can I explain?
That's
Okay.
my opinion.
Can I explain? I live in a condo, okay?
So you're
I
gonna
gotta
tell
sleep
me
at
that you
night,
wouldn't-
And I wonder what happened to those people.
I understand, but you're
Because,
gonna
you
tell
know-
me that you wouldn't mind ripping out some tile to figure out what's
No,
going on in
no,
your
because-
building?
No, I wouldn't do that, because every
Oh.
building is different, you know? That building was in disrepair. I don't think that's what took the building down. That's why I support Mr. Kilsheimer's investigation. I don't think that's the sole cause of it. But I feel safe in my building, and we have issues. We've identified issues because we're coming upon our 50-year certification. But I know enough history of the building to feel secure. It bothers me to go, you know, when I'm enjoying my apartment, and I know these people were enjoying their homes, and they're gone.
Can I?
So that's an issue. I think that, you know, and I looked up at the history. I researched all the buildings, the ones that were built by the sister buildings of the Champlain South. I looked them up, and there's actually more buildings with the same developer.
Yeah, there are 3 more,
And the
4 more.
same architect. But you have to look, well, you have to look at
Which ones
the-
are these?
Well, I can send you the report. I can ask Sandra to send you the report. I sent it to legal. What I,
Sandra, send that to every commissioner, please, that report that she's talking about.
I sent it to Lily. I put it together myself of the different buildings. If I could just finish. I mean, what you have to look at is the level of maintenance the buildings have had. Many buildings have been well kept. If you look at the North Tower, it looks in good condition. The East is in good condition. So, I'm more concerned with what's going on under the ground.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me just add to
Can
that,
I-
Vice Mayor. One quick question, one quick comment, and that is listen, it's probably likely that you could have not lifted a finger to do one bit of maintenance for 40 years, and that building still shouldn't have fallen down, okay? So that, we're not talking necessarily about a maintenance issue. We're talking about something much more nefarious or very, very bad. And that's why I'm glad you feel safe in your building, because I wouldn't want you to feel unsafe, okay? But the fact of the matter is, there's a question. And the people in their in the Champlain South thought that they were safe, okay? And their building just fell down inexplicably in the middle of the night. So it sounds like you support this movement, because I know I do. I think that, and I support the idea that Lily should immediately use every bit of legal ability we have to assert our rights to protect our residents. I think that is something I'm hoping this commission will do tonight. Go ahead.
I'm concerned about the conflicts of interest that everybody has a different conflict of interest here, except for you.
Right.
Which is great. Everything else is so twisted and tainted. It's just hard it does feel like a horrible, it's just gonna be a bad movie one day. But how do we need to focus on getting to the truth and keeping you sort of squeaky clean as the investigator, because I know that even, like you were saying, the families, the receiver's goal is to get as much money as possible for the families. That value can be decimated if it turns out there's a sinkhole, if it turns out that there's a structural problem with that ground is now worthless, as I've said before, if it's Enron stock, okay? Like, there are so many unknowns here, and I feel like nobody really wants to know. Everyone's walking around like, oh, we'll get to that, we're looking into it, eventually hoping that everyone will not pay attention, everyone will get their money, the thing will be sold, it'll pass on. We're trying to stop a speeding train.
But
and
you're
it's
saying
really
everybody
frustrating.
has competing interests.
Right.
Okay, good. So let's see if we can get to we got 5 more
But
minutes.
I don't know if we need to hire, listen, if they can do it, then great.
Well,
But
hang
I
on.
wanna see-
Listen. I think they can do it. I think they've been doing it, and I think they've laid the groundwork to do it. I think that they've spent hours and hours on meetings and discussions. They know who the players are. They know what needs to be done because they know how we've been blocked.
Right, but any talk about like this push to like, oh, let's get the, like I think Commissioner Kessel said, or maybe someone else said, but a push to have a memorial, like just to make it
Okay,
go away.
but you're conflating issues. Can we focus only, we need access to that site.
Yeah.
Okay, and the.
Not
the-
us, Alan needs access to the site.
Okay, Alan needs, and by the
Right.
way, we've offered Alan to the county and to anybody else that wants to use him.
Right.
It's not Surfside that needs to be involved in doing this, but it looks like it's falling to Surfside to be the one to do it because, you know, NIST is doing their thing. They're gonna take however long they're gonna take. The police department's gonna do their thing. It's unclear how far they're gonna go. I mean, listen, clearly 98 people died.
Right.
Clearly they died because the building fell on them. The reason the building fell might be 40 years old, okay? And there's nobody around to blame for that, okay? So, you know, that's an issue. We've got to stay focused on getting to the answer.
Right. And by the way, can I make one more point? The other concern is that this was such a colossal tragedy that the federal government, the county stepped in, and they helped. They assisted
We
with
asked
the
them.
rescue. Correct. They assisted with the rescue, they gave money, all of this stuff. If a smaller building in town had collapsed with less people, it would be Surfside's problem.
Of course.
Right, which is why it's really important to get to
But
why
that's
this
a great
happened.
point, and Lily will
Okay?
make that point in the hearing.
There's a lot at risk here because it would be Surfside's problem financially. It could bankrupt the town. It could, I mean, and not only that, but the collective psychological trauma of the entire community. We're all
How
plaintiffs
about
here.
all the residents on the ocean that are like, wow, is my building a problem?
Right. right.
That question lingering.
We are certainly not getting
But
in
what
line
you
with the
want
rest
to
of the
know is
public
what's
here.
going on underneath. Isn't that correct,
It's
Tina?
not, you guys.
Right? You want to know,
Well,
one second.
you got-
You want to know what's going on underneath your building.
No, ma'am, you want to understand what's going on in your entire building,
Okay,
including
but then,
underneath.
I mean, if you test the exact buildings, you know, why can't you tell me if this building is sound or not? And then you do a geotechnical to each building and have each person know whether the ground that their building sits on is safe. Because if we look at this map, where this happened is on 88th Street. You live between 93rd and 92nd, correct? That's what, 4 or 5 blocks away? If it was a sinkhole, it would be an enormous sinkhole that would have undertaken half our town. So, I mean, I can't see, you know, by no means am I an engineer of anything, but I need to understand that why can't these things be done to the buildings that are already there? And we keep going back to the same property and
Okay, Alan, the question is why can't you satisfy yourself by doing a geotechnical study of the existing buildings and call it a day?
In order to be able to say somebody with whatever caveats you have to say that their building is safe, you have to first check the design of the building. You have to check the design of the building from the original drawings. Then you have to find out what materials were used in the building. Some of these buildings have geotechnical reports, some don't. So the ones that have geotechnical reports, you can understand a little bit. Most cities don't get material test information, not in any city we've ever worked in, including the Pentagon, which isn't a city, but it is. They didn't know what materials were in their building because nobody knows that. The contractor knows it, and the structural engineers know it, and they're all dead. So they don't know it, all right? Everybody is talking about geotechnical like it is the whole thing. It is not the whole thing. And if there was a sinkhole, it's not saying there was a huge sinkhole. There could be ground that will form a sinkhole, and it could be this big, and it could be one 50 feet away, and it could be one 100 feet away. You have to understand if the ground could form a sinkhole. And then if it did, then you go, gee, now what made it happen, and how do we prove it's not there? You can't look at you can't look at a bunion on your foot and say it's going to take care of a wart on your hand. You have to look at the whole thing. That's why these 2 memos were out there to tell these building owners you need to have engineers look at your building for you. All right? The deal is, if we know what went wrong at Surfside Champlain South, then we'll know the kinds of things to tell these engineers to look out for on the buildings they're looking at, or the buildings whoever looks at it.
Okay. Okay, now, commissioners, we're getting late. I'm
Can I
gonna
have
some
my
public-
minute? Can I
Yeah,
have a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I've been through this all over the country, not exactly like this, but pretty close. You guys have said a lot about your community. I have never seen a community behave like your community has. I got here Friday after this happened. I've never seen people come together like this ever. And I've never seen except for the mayor, that's a joke, I've never seen a group of officials in a town that have worked together relentlessly to solve problems, especially since I give them a raft of shit every day, all day long, all right? And you all ought to be really proud of what all these people have done and are doing and the way they behave. I've not seen it before. I saw it at the Pentagon, and that's because I had 3 guys with machine guns that made everybody do what they were told to do, all right? We don't have any machine guns here. So that's my minute.
I just want answers. We just want answers. I don't care about anything else.
Now, we're gonna, again, we need a motion to extend for, what, 10 minutes? How long do we need to extend for?
All right, motion to extend for 10 minutes.
All right, is there a second?
Yeah, sure.
Anybody object? Okay.
I want my
so
30 years.
We're extended for 10 minutes. Now, we have public input, 1 minute. Come on up. On the subject, please.
Joshua Epstein, 317 Bay Drive. Thanks. Yeah, I think everyone in this town came together. Amazing. I'd like it so that we're not like experts at coming together after tragedies. I think we have steps that they did put forward to prevent another tragedy from happening. With what was originally put on the agenda by Commissioner Salzhauer, and yes, she's my mother, whatever, but it's the town safety. I'm not related to anybody in the condominiums. I have no interest there. It's a long process. It's a first reading and a second reading. What it's saying is that if he were given access tomorrow, and they said 30 years, they've already said 30 years and the geotechnical testing, it's going to be months-long process. You're looking at October as is. It takes 5 minutes for our legal team and whoever wants to do it to put together something that literally is just a resolution for the next meeting. I think we should look at preventing this from happening again. If we have experts that are telling us these steps, obviously this is not a one-off instance. Had this building been looked at 10 years ago, we don't know if it could have changed it, but you don't look at anything else that you own every 30 years.
Thank you.
Also, the ground below it, there's common sense measures that we could take. We don't have to know what happened.
I just would like to say something because we talk about doing this 30-year and about the geotechnical. We just heard from our engineer, who's highly experienced, that you can't do a geotechnical. So to be putting it in there that we can, yes, he did. He said
Okay,
he
guys,
can't do
guys,
a geotechnical
but that-
until we
but
know
that's not-
what's going on in the
All right,
other building.
right, he did say
So
that.
to be constantly saying that that's the reason why to put a 30-year versus, well, not really. So.
The current standard.
Okay, guys, see, this is erupting into a debate we've had an hour ago. Go ahead.
Jeff Rose, 851 Fraud Avenue. I think we'll speak with everybody, residents, people affected by this tragedy. Everybody wants answers, but Lily, Ileana, Nellie, I mean, you guys all hit it on the head. There's lots of conflicts of interest. Me included, standing up here, as you all are aware. So I think that's the big thing at the end. Whether he's representing the town, we all know the receiver's job is to get the highest use, the highest price for the families that have been affected by this tragedy, which differs from what the residents and potentially this commission wants, which is a conflict. Hopefully that gets resolved, whether it's by court or the receiver, but what the receiver wants is not aligned with what you stood up here and want. And I think that's clear as day, especially when, not to throw you under the bus, but when you make comments on you're trying to devalue the property so it becomes a park, because who knows what it is. That's differently aligned than the receiver. Same way, I'll bring it back, full circle. The zoning code. If you pass a zoning code that devalues the property, the town's getting sued again. I mean, these are just the reality of the situation. What the receiver wants aligns different than what this commission wants. Thank you. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, those are opinions, and Mr. Rose you may be right.
If you devalue the property, you're getting
sued. But, okay, well, listen, I know you will, and I appreciate that. I respect that, but I'm not agreeing with it. Go ahead, George.
George Kouslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. I think the vice mayor The degree of concern and calmness that you heard from her is about right. I mean, you know, our building was faced with some exposed rebar and some corrosion in a few spots, something that might alarm, but I think people looked at it, including Mr. Kilsheimer. I think he came by. But I think the degree of concern and calmness that she's showing is about right. People are not, you know, shouldn't be running out of their building just because they think there might be this sinkhole underneath. You know, and I think at the end of the day, you will probably find that this tragedy was the result of a bunch of mundane things coming together. Bad upkeep, some shortcuts taken 40 years ago, et cetera, a whole bunch of things, nothing exotic. I think that's, you know, just like with an airliner, when an airliner crashes, even an engine blowing up isn't enough to bring down an airliner. A few other things have to happen, and like with the Boeing issue, it's not only the software and the engine placement, but they had you know, the gizmo that's called on the side that tells you.
It's usually 5 things that fizz, you know. It's a
Yeah, it
series.
takes about 5
It's
things.
a series.
And so that's what'll probably happen here, and each one of them will be relatively mundane.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have
Okay,
a question
listen.
regarding the amount of money that we're going to spend on doing these testings. And I know that we put it into the charter.
But that's not in front of us right
The
now,
charter-
Nellie.
Okay, but the
Nellie.
charter says that we have to ask for permission from our residents if we are going to spend more than, is it $1 million, Lily?
Borrow.
Or, borrow. Oh, so because we're not borrowing the money, we could just spend it freely?
Right, okay.
Oh, okay.
So here's the issue. That's important, and that's gonna be a discussion item. But we can't get to that discussion, and we can't assert our rights unless we take action. So that's what's in front of us right now. Does the commission want the attorney to take action so that we can be prepared to go onto the site? Now, that's not to say that, you know, there are probably funding options too outside of the town of Surfside to make that happen. And that, well,
I think
listen.
we should scale the wall right after this meeting and get him in there.
Okay, well, listen, I'm with you on that. Listen, are you ready? Put your cape on. Get ready, we're going down there.
You know that I'd be ahead of you.
But, you know, we, you know,
If we just go in?
okay, well, listen.
The problem is you guys don't have bail money available.
Okay, guys, so let's focus. We're done for tonight. We need a motion to either move forward or we go home.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to move forward, yes.
All right.
I'll second that, and,
All right, so, but be a little more specific. You're gonna give Lily the authority
I'm gonna give
to
Lily the
take
authority
action.
to assert the
assert-
town's rights to access the property to do the testing for Alan to do the testing on behalf of the residents of
Very good. Okay,
Surfside.
that's good enough. Is there a second to that motion?
yes, I second that.
Thank you for that second. Is there any discussion? Good. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Can I be the last one?
You could be the second one.
Okay. I'm having a conflict with this because.
All right, let's go to the next person.
Commissioner Salazar,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Wow, okay, fine, yes.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes.
Mayor Burkett,
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
No.
Oh. Oh, no.
The reason we started this conversation was I need direction. He's going back to Washington tomorrow.
Okay.
I need to know, because I'm not gonna take the initiative to spend $1.5 to $2.5 million without the blessing here. We either gotta pause the contract
Okay,
until we get access to the site.
Okay.
Or we continue to.
Commissioners, what is your
I
pleasure?
think we should pause
Okay,
this and come
hold
back
on a second,
next
hold on a
month.
second.
I have a question on the contract.
All right, one at a time, go ahead.
Okay, so, my question is because FEMA covered it up to this point,
No,
so
they're not paying this
why are they not gonna
because this is
continue to
not one
cover
of
it?
the.
Well, hang on a
Jason will
second, hang on.
explain.
Let Jason explain.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're thinking that this is gonna be free? Mm-mm.
Thank you. Yes, I've had various conversations with FEMA and Florida Department of Emergency Management. The work that was done through approximately July 23rd, the first 30 days, in which we cleared the debris. There'll be some work beyond that date where Mr. Kilsheimer did the work about the analysis on the shoring up and everything about life safety of first responders is all under category A and B, and we're reimbursed hopefully by FEMA, but the investigation is fully at the town's expense. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I still would I would pursue the legal channels to see if we get the access.
And what happens if you do get the access?
Well,
Are you ready to
hold
spend
on a second.
out of
Hold
our
on.
archives
Hold on a second. Guys,
$2.5 million
guys,
without engaging the
guys.
rest of this town to find out
Nelly,
if our
Nelly.
residents are okay with spending that kind of money?
Nelly.
Because we talk about being fiscally responsible all the time.
Okay, well,
we want to underground our power lines. We want to
Nelly.
fix Abbott Avenue. We have plumbing problems on Collins Avenue. We want to buy a park, yet you're taking money that you have not consulted with the rest of our residents if everybody's okay with this.
Nelly, the question
That's
was. No.
we need to be
you know what?
fiscally responsible
Well,
as well. This is what I've been hearing about for the past almost 2 years.
Nelly, we're working, the question was, should Mr. Kilsheimer be paused? Or should he continue to work? Now, that was the question in front of the commission. That's what the manager wants to know.
I
Okay.
think it should be paused.
Yeah, can I comment on that?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I think that we've asked, this was really, really helpful to have all these discussions. It was made clear by Mr. Kilsheimer that he cannot be effective until he has access to that site.
Correct.
So I think we're probably all in agreement from what everyone said, is that we don't even know if we can get him on site. So we're going to redirect to get him access, and in the meantime, he can go back to shuffleboard, whatever you do in DC, I'm kidding. Some other building somewhere else will probably collapse in the meantime. But this is the state.
Wow. Oh my God. You sometimes say things.
Right.
Alan.
Yes, can you tell me because my ideal situation would be that we pause this till we can get him on site.
If we pause them, I don't know when we can get them back on site, because they've got this all scheduled based on what we keep telling them in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. If this gets paused for 2 months or 3 months, I don't know how long it takes to get everybody back together again. And we need to use the team we have.
It'll be winter, it'll be really nice down here,
That
and.
doesn't mean much to people
Right.
like these
Guys,
folks that we're
okay,
dealing
I-
with.
If it's paused for 1 month.
Hang on a second. I
Well,
think
it's not an issue of months. It's an issue of when I can get them available
Agreed.
again
Now,
if I have
you
a
gotta
problem.
we have to take that into consideration, okay? The issue was, because you know, the other option is he keeps working and we keep spending money.
Mayor, can I stop a second? I need another motion to extend.
Okay, let's, motion to extend
I'll
for 10
make
minutes?
a motion to extend for 10 more minutes.
All right, second? All right. No objection? We continue.
Vice
Go ahead.
Mayor. Thank
Okay,
you.
so what's the pleasure of this commission? What's the motion?
We can't spend money without knowing if he's even gonna be able to get on site. So I agree with Nellie that we can't be just throwing, we don't even see an end to this. This is the problem. We're going to, we can't do
No,
it
Nellie, I
with
think you're
both
gonna get
ways.
your way.
Because I don't
I
think
think
that we're
that's-
going to get,
All right, well, make a motion.
I mean, here's a question. How long, I wanna know from, let me ask for.
People are not in favor.
Okay,
Okay,
let me
no.
ask the town attorney. How long do you think it'll be before we have a definitive answer about whether we can get him on site? Like, you're gonna file something, on what, Wednesday?
Okay,
I would
guys,
say 2 weeks conservatively.
Okay, so it's gonna
By the time we file something, we have a hearing, it's heard by the judge. 2 weeks.
Okay,
You-
and what does precedent show? Has there ever been a situation like this, or does it look like the prior case law is on our side, or is the judge gonna throw it out?
The answer is, there's never been a situation like this in the state of Florida. So it'll be an interesting.
Has there been a situation like this in another state? No?
Can I just point out something? As I said before, we have another month of running engineering calculations without any samples on north. We have 2 months on south with no samples. So if we stop everything, then that all still has to happen down the road. Now, of the $2 million, or whatever the number is, my guess is at least half of that is the consultants that we're going to be using to do all the sampling and testing. So you might put that part of it on hold, but if you put it all on hold, then we're just behind the 8 ball by that much more time again, that's all.
What part can be put on hold?
I would put everything.
If I can't do the sampling and testing, I can't do the sampling and testing in the geotechnical, right? If we put everything on hold, well, then we stop doing all the engineering analysis that we're doing and all that goes on, then everything goes on hold at that point.
How much time will
I'm
will the
sorry,
engineering
but
analysis?
Jeff,
One at a-
your family has been
Okay,
affected
Nellie,
by this.
Nellie.
What would
Stop,
you
no, no.
think that they would want
No,
to do?
no, we're not doing this, guys. We're not doing this, guys. This is not the way it goes. Commissioner Salzar was talking. Please don't interrupt. You're next. Go ahead, finish your thoughts.
How much work, without getting on site to send to, south, to Champlain South, how many weeks worth of work do you already have to do that would be helpful, that you could continue doing while we tried to get you access to Champlain South?
Essentially, 1 month on north and 2 months on south, 3 months.
So, and the work that you're doing, let's say you never get access to South, is the work that you're doing on North helpful in a meaningful way for the town? Is that work significant for the town to know whether certain areas are safe or not?
If we have no sampling and testing,
never
it's better than nothing.
Okay, if you never get to South, if they never let you on site,
Then all we have is what we ran the numbers on south and what we've learned from north.
so would you say that that is a good use of time and money? I know you're the client.
Well, I think what you're asking, is it conclusive?
Correct. Is it
You want-
conclusive?
That's what you want to know.
Is it conclusive?
It's as conclusive as it can be without the sampling and testing, right? It would have to say, assuming the concrete is this, the steel is that, it would have to say assuming, instead of this is what the concrete's good for, this is what the steel's good for, this is what the foundations are good
This
for.
already tells you, right there, that you're gonna get an assumption. You're not gonna get a certainty.
good.
Because he cannot go into that site until they tell us that he can go, if he can ever go into
Tina,
that site.
you're up.
So
Go
for
ahead.
you to be spending
Tina, you're fine.
$2.5 million
Nellie,
for an
you're-
assumption is very irresponsible.
You're out of order. Go
All
ahead.
right, so my question is now, so you're saying now 3 months of modeling, not 1 more month of doing the,
No, I say we have 3 more months to go.
on the modeling?
Yes.
Okay, do we know the cost for that? Like, because, if we're not gonna halt this and we're gonna expend more, how much more are we expending? Because I do feel that, the issue is I had calls from residents too, that, they wanna make sure we're not duplicating the efforts. I know we're not duplicating what NIST is doing, or the county, I don't think so, but are we
County's doing
gonna?
nothing.
But we don't
are
know
we
that
gonna-
yet.
Well,
We're not duplicating the county because they've done nothing so far.
Well, I'm guessing we're not duplicating their efforts, but the question, the question I'm getting from the residents is this really gonna matter? I think it will if it tells us what happened, yeah. But,
But guys,
there's resistance from some of our residents.
the truth is that everything hinges upon him being able to get on that site. Okay? Okay, can you stop, please? So, that. Nellie, it's really embarrassing. We're going one at a time, and it's not good. Okay, but 2 wrongs don't make a right. 2 wrong. You know what? Okay, so the issue is everything hinges upon our ability to get onto that site. I mean, for us to have a conclusive answer, that's what we have to do. And Alan has done an amazing job. Okay, he's teed this thing up. The problem is that if we spend more money right now without being able to get on the site, it does affect our final answer. Okay, it does. He said that, he acknowledged that. It would be better if he kept working, but I think that it probably would be better for us to find out quickly if we can get on the site, let Alan pause, okay, and then, and again, I know that if you pause, that means that we go to the back of the line again. If something else comes up, you just don't spool right up instantly. I know that's. Can you please stop? But those are the facts, and again, this is a joint effort. So you have to tell me what you want to do and what you support.
What are the,
But you've said your
I'd like to hear
opinion.
from George. He's waiting to speak.
All right, well,
Have a survey and get our residents involved and see if they want to spend
okay,
this money.
okay,
We
guys.
have two residents that want to
1
speak.
minute, 1 minute,
It's you, I think.
1 minute, go ahead.
George Kouslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. Sometimes you guys can't get out of your own way on this. I think what the modeling will tell you is something very important. It doesn't tell you the whole answer, but it'll tell you an awful lot. It may tell you that the building as it was designed 42 years ago wasn't what it should have been. That'll uncover certain things, certain weak areas, certain areas where you'd really want to make sure if I could get a sample of that particular column line, that would be really interesting to know, because it's not as robust as it should have been, even in the design. I don't know why you would hesitate to pursue the modeling. It's going to take a while, and it'll tell you an awful lot. It doesn't tell you the whole answer, but it'll tell you an awful lot. And to hesitate now makes no sense. This is the central issue in this town. Just get it done. And you have the best of the best. I think, Mayor, I emailed you or texted you like within hours when I had heard, and I told you exactly. I congratulated you on who you had gotten here.
I wish I could take credit for that.
Well,
said
I don't
that
know who
earlier.
did it, but that's where I sent the text. But anyway,
Okay,
use what
okay,
you have.
thank you.
can I ask Alan a question just about the?
Well, we need a motion to extend for another 10 minutes.
I make a motion to extend for another 10
Is there a
minutes.
second?
Second.
All right, no objection, we'll continue for 10 minutes. What's the question?
Question for Alan is if, because I know that this is a big number, the 1 point or whatever the number is. What is the actual number, Jason?
$2 million.
2 1.
It's 2 million and change.
If I can, just, yes, somewhere in 2.5 to 2.5 million. The on-site testing, which is the biggest number, could be anywhere as high as over $1 million.
So what does the 2.2 million get us?
You have the on-site testing at Champlain South.
Right.
You have all of the testing done at the two different, let's call it the big pieces warehouse and the smaller pieces off-site, and then the actual engineering report.
So it gets us everything. That's the total cost, is the 2 point something.
Other than a court case.
Okay.
Yes.
So my question is, how much is it gonna cost us till Lily can get you on site, or find out that she can never get you on site? Because then unfortunately, we don't have,
Yeah.
you know, that's my question.
Well, my question
Okay,
was
let him answer that
the 3
question,
months.
please. Let him answer that question.
The modeling, that's all.
Oh, Alan, come to the microphone, please.
My scientific wild ass guess, given I've had 30 seconds to think about it, is between $500,000 and $750,000.
Okay, for the next couple of months.
That's about what it's gonna be. That's conservative, I think. If we don't do the testing and inspection, that's the biggest chunk. That's all the other subs that are working for us, all right?
But there you only get an assumption.
No.
Okay.
at-
No,
at
no.
that- No,
Assumption.
at that, well, no, that's not quite true. I said there would be some assumptions on material strengths. So if you're gonna say what I said, say what I said. You will do an analysis of the structural design to say if the design of the building originally was adequate or not, as this gentleman said. That won't be an assumption, that'll be a fact.
Didn't you say you needed to get the testing?
I said, then you have to put in the material strengths to say, was the material strength they called for actually used in the field? That's the second part. And if you didn't have that, that's what would be the assumption, not if the original design was adequate or not.
Can you get that information? Worst case scenario, the county never lets you on that site, the receiver never lets you on that site. Can you get the materials answers from NIST's body of work?
No.
Aren't they gonna have to document everything in a public manner?
The way I understand this works from other things is they don't give you any of their information until after they submit their final report to Congress. That's 2 or 3 years from now. However, you remember, leaving aside us, there are other people that are going to have experts on that site. They can't keep all the experts off the site. They could do like in New Orleans and keep everybody away for 2 years, right? Okay, but now in 2 years, we're getting access. So if we don't physically get access to this site, one of the other experts, if not all of them, will get access. Given that those guys usually, the 3 top guys in doing this kind of thing, they share stuff with us, just like we share with them. We'll get the information at that point in time.
Because don't have a problem with duplicating, because I feel like in duplicating, you get to the truth, as opposed to one party controlling the narrative, which is what I'm concerned about. Because as I said, and as Jeff Rosas, everyone has skin in this game, and they have a different angle. So I'm okay with spending that money to get peace of mind, to know that I am not being led down a different path or manipulated in some way by a different entity that may have a ulterior motive. So I'm okay with that. Again, it would be committing, you're saying probably $500,000 then?
Yeah, I said between $500,000 and $750,000 is
Okay,
what I said.
that seems like, considering the safety of the entire town depends on this, considering this is the biggest issue in anyone's life, because nothing else matters if you die, right? Nothing else matters. Doesn't matter how the flooding is, or how nice the electrical looks underground. Nothing else matters if you don't wake up in the morning. And I think it's important to do this for the safety of the town. This is the most important issue right now. It's what everybody asks me on a daily basis, residents, non-residents, anyone who finds out I'm from Surfside. So I would support spending this money.
The residents have told me that they don't want to spend that, so I don't know which residents you're talking to.
Okay, Tina, do you have a comment?
No, I just wanted to confirm with Alan, so the 3 months of modeling would cost anywhere from $500,000 to...
As I said, the work that we can do without the sampling and testing is going to be about between $500,000 and $750,000.
Okay, and that you would continue doing with the 3 months of modeling?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I wanted to hear from the public speakers as well.
Okay, Alan, can you let them come forward for a minute? Thank you.
Mary Ann Myshite, 9225 Collins Avenue, the Four Winds condominium. So I don't know what residents you're talking to, but it seems like it's time for the condominium residents to be taken into consideration. I think Lily needs to do her job and be forceful in getting our Surfside representative on the site. Number one, you have to do it. You just have to do it. And number two, I don't want to see any disruption coming from the scientific field. You can't disrupt a scientific thing that's already in progress and expect to continue it down the line. So, speaking from a condominium resident, I think we need our town lawyer to step in, and I don't want to see this discontinued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Joshua Epstein, 917 Bay Drive. I had one original question, and then I agree with a lot of what was said, but I think there's different methods to get to the same thing. Just from looking it up online, 2018-2019, the county's budget was, I think, 7.7 billion. Our budget's 30 million, so it's 262 times our budget. And we also, I think they understand, we also understand, on 87th, it doesn't become some different land, it's not some different country, it's the same land underneath. So really, Daniela Vincava, whoever can make the sole decision, I think if you have it advocated correctly, I think that they have a vested interest, if they're actually serving the people, to look at this, and they have the larger budget. I don't think it's fair for our town, with a savings of $12 million, to go ahead and spend millions of dollars on this. I do think it's important, but I think it should be the last option that we have if the county mayor, if Daniela Vincava, if she's the one that has control over whether or not to let us in, if she comes out and says no, or I understand why they not let us in if they're treating us as the defendant, but then give us a reason why they're not hiring him.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll motion to keep Alan on this project, to continue with the with the modeling. Maybe you could do it less than 3 months, I don't know. We're spending up to 700, thank you, bad with figures. $750,000 is a cap limit on the spending. Depending if he gets access to the site, and then we would revisit.
Is there a second to that?
Yeah, I do want to, yes, I'll second that, and I want to ask Jason a question once we get to the discussion part.
Okay, Jason?
While he's walking up, I can ask a question. If they give us the right to do it, we're gonna have to do it quickly. Do you guys have a vehicle to have a temporary meeting to let us continue?
Yeah. We can have a special meeting for that. So my question for Jason is, can we afford this? Where's the money coming from?
Thank you. Good question. Yes, what it would come from is, as you may remember, from the current fiscal year budget and even next year fiscal year's budget, we are adding money to the general fund reserves, so we would just be adding less to the general fund reserves.
We wouldn't need to raise taxes or anything like that. This wouldn't cut services in any way. This is money that we have to use for a purpose like this, for an emergency.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Jason, can you use the tourist fund money? Sorry about that.
No.
Why? Because this would also affect the hotels, as being that we want to find out
Okay, well,
what.
let's, I think that's an excellent question, and I think the answer should not be so emphatic. I think the answer ought to be, we'll look into it.
We'll look into it.
I think that's better.
Well said, Jason.
I think that's better. Okay, good. All right, now, it is a motion and a second, is that correct? Did you second that, Commissioner Salazar?
Yes, I did, I second.
All right, is there any more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the question.
Commissioner Salazar?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Well, my vote really doesn't matter anyway, because this is all, everybody's going to say yes here, so whatever, yes.
Vice Mayor Paul?
Yes.
Mayor Burkett?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion
Is
carries.
it motion to adjourn?
Yes.
All right.